30 seconds, 30 seconds. All right, we'll call this general committee meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here this evening. We always start our meetings with the following land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that we are on the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississauga and Anishinaabe. We offer our gratitude to the First Peoples for their care for and teachings about our earth and our relations. May we honor those teachings. We'll now take 30 seconds to reflect on those principles. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem. And the Council of the City of Peterborough recognizes the principles contained in our Constitution and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. All right, Mr. Clerk, any disclosure of pecuniary interest this evening?
Mr. Chair, I see none at this time.
All right, thank you. We have nothing coming in of closed at this moment. We'll move to our consent agenda. Committee members, let me know if you'd like to speak to any of the following items. 12A1, appointment by citizen appointment selection committee. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel. 12A2, new arena and aquatics facility naming rights approval. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 12A3, community grant history and future directions. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 12A4, streamlined development approval funding program. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel. And 12A5, proposed new waste collection bylaw. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Baldwin. All right, and so up for consent this evening, 12A2 and 12A3, Moved by Councillor Hakey. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. And again, Mayor Leal will be with us shortly. All right, we have 4 presentations this evening. Our first one, 11A, MPP Smith delegation. MPP Smith, thanks for being here, and we appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. This is actually something that we had been working on for about 2 months, trying to find a date that would work for council and myself. And I understand that at one of your council meetings, you wanted to ask me some questions about some funding for the police. We can get to that when the time comes. What I wanted to talk about was some of the initiatives that we are working on at the provincial level for this area, and some of the things that we have coming up in terms of legislature. There are 3 pieces of legislation right now that are before us. One of them is about extending some of the home care, making it easier for individuals to receive care at home. Part of our thought process on this is that in speaking to probably millions of people across Ontario, as you age, you want to age at home and avoid going to long-term care or to retirement homes to the last possible moment. And we have looked at different ways that we can do that. How can we help facilitate that? And the reality is that most people do want to stay at home after they have retired. They do want to stay with their family members. And things that we can do then to make it easier for people to do that, supports that we can put in place, we think are good investments as we move forward. So that's one of the pieces of legislation that we're working on. The second one is, you recall, I'm sure all of you will recall, about 2 years ago now, we had some legislation that talked about development charges and affordable housing versus accessible housing. And this piece of legislation that has been put forward by MMAH is one that will clarify what the definition is of affordable housing, both in terms of housing that can be purchased and housing that is a rental. It is something that is not defined specifically as a dollar amount, because we recognize that different areas of the province have different pressures, have different incomes and different costs for property. So this is actually going to be tied to the federal census data on what the average income is for somebody in that region. That means that what is affordable in Peterborough is going to be different than what is affordable in Oshawa or in Toronto or even in Prince Edward County. And we're taking into account then the differences of each of those regions. If I look at the 2016 census data for Peterborough, the average family income in this area was about $69,000. In the 2020 census, that had increased to almost 80,000. And we're using that then as the benchmark for it. So what could someone reasonably afford at $80,000, except we're not using 80,000. We're determining based on 80% of that. So that actually brings it down to about 65,000 for this area. What could a family reasonably afford for rent or for a mortgage payment if they were making 65,000? And that's what the definition of affordable will be for this area. So that should clarify some of the questions that council had in the past, that staff had presented to council on what affordable meant. Accessible is something that is a little bit different, because we do recognize that there is a difference between something that is classed as affordable and something that is classed as accessible. That definition for accessible housing will be coming very, very shortly. And then the third piece of legislation that we have presently before us is transportation for the future and looking at how can we ensure that we have good transportation networks across all of Ontario, and how can we incentivize municipalities to also make investments in that. One of the things that has changed on it is a municipality would have the ability then to allow for building rights above transportation. What would that mean for Peterborough? Well, most people have heard of the Express Go train, or Express Go bus that I have been working on for a bit of time. That's something that theoretically would have a couple of stops in Peterborough. Once it left Sir Sandford Fleming College, would not have another stop until it got to the 407 in Yonge, that new subway station that's being built there. It would be possible then for Peterborough to say, we love the idea of stopping at Trent University. We love the idea of stopping at Sir Sandford Fleming College, but we also think that you should be stopping in downtown Peterborough as well. And to help facilitate that, we think that it would make sense to put an 8-story apartment building above the bus stop and allow for then that Go bus stop to be created, have a developer do it, and build affordable and accessible apartments above it so that it's tied into transportation. Why is that important? Well, obviously getting around is something that is important. Although we have an exceptional hospital in PRHC, there are times where families from our community have to go to Toronto for different healthcare. If we were to have that express bus route from Sir Sandford Fleming College to the 407 Yonge, it's estimated at 1 hour and 2 minutes as the express. From 407 in Yonge to the University Health Network, which would be Toronto General, Sick Kids, among others, you're looking at about 22 minutes. So less than an hour and a half from Peterborough to one of those hospitals in downtown Toronto. Again, PRHC does an exceptional job, but there are some different types of diseases, some ailments that PRHC doesn't have the capacity to be dealing with. And at the moment, we're relying on different organizations to take people to those hospital appointments. We're relying on family members to take people to those. And we don't have a rapid transit approach that would take someone into that area. It also opens up opportunities for us then on the employment side. It opens up opportunities for placements for both Trent and Sir Sandford Fleming College. Fleming has an excellent nursing program. Trent has an excellent nursing program, but we're limited in the placement opportunities that they have. You would pretty much need to have a car to get to a lot of those placement opportunities. This would open it up so that everybody in the GTA would have opportunities for that. So I think that this is something that could work very well for our community if we were to head down that path. The last thing I want to touch on before I open it up to questions for everyone is the CHC. We have historically, I don't want to say been neglected, but I will say we have been overlooked. There are 101 communities across Ontario that have community health centers, and we are not one of them. When the community health centers, that concept first came out, Peterborough instead went down the path of family health teams. And we were the pioneer for family health teams. That has been adopted across the province now by pretty much every community. We were the front runners on it. And at the time, the decision was made to go with the family health team rather than with community health centers. I think that there is a definite need for a community health center and have been working in the background on that. I can't make an assurance today that we will have one, but I can say that there is a recognition that this is something that we need. And it's not just because it would offer us 6 doctors and 4 nurse practitioners and a dietitian and psychology workers and social workers and some other things as part of it. It's not just that. One of the challenges that we face is attracting physicians to our community. What we know is that 64% of physicians who are graduating from medical school right now want a salary. They don't want to do OHIP billing. a CHC would offer 6 salary positions. So that would be an attraction for those physicians to come. The second part of that is that we know that within 5 years, those physicians who are in salaried positions at things like CHC decide that they want to move towards the more traditional fee for service or OHIP billing, which would mean we would have a constant turnover of doctors. Doctors would be coming in to join the CHC. They'd fall in love with the community. Why wouldn't they? And then they would transition to family healthcare as well. And that would then provide us an opportunity to attract doctors on an ongoing basis and backfill for those physicians who are retiring when they decide that they want to retire. And working with nurse practitioners as part of it, we have an opportunity then to serve a greater need across our entire community. There's a lot of things that nurse practitioners can do that doctors do as well. There is one that I hear from people when they come into my office and talk about it. They're concerned about having a nurse practitioner instead of a family doctor. They tend to be people who are my age or slightly older, or a lot older. And they want that comfort of knowing that they have a physician. And it's not that the nurse practitioner can't do pretty much everything that someone needs. It's that they have more of that comfort with a family doctor. And having a CHC then provides us with an opportunity for those individuals to still have that family doctor, but then get introduced to the nurse practitioner and see that the nurse practitioner is an exceptional healthcare provider as well and can provide that primary care for them. And what we believe will happen is we'll see a transition of some of our residents who are more than happy to go to a nurse practitioner for their primary care because they recognize that the nurse practitioner can provide that level of care. That leads into one of the other challenges that we face. And I'd like to emphasize this, that we have a very good working relationship amongst all of the councils in the Greater Peterborough area. One of the other challenges that we face in attracting a physician, 74% of physicians that were surveyed on this said that one of the key factors in coming to a community is looking for employment opportunities for their partner or spouse. And that is one of the challenges that we have. At present, we don't have a great deal of larger employers with that high skill level or that high education level that's required. And that is something that we have to address as we move forward. It's not just the city of Peterborough, though. It is the entire Greater Peterborough area. And looking at it from that regional perspective then, how do we find a way to come up with serviced land that is attractive to those larger employers, that can bring them to this area so that when they come through and see what we have to offer, they want to relocate here, or they want to come here. And there is a prime opportunity right now sitting in front of us because Ontario is making a real push to be a leader in the global EV marketplace. There is no reason that we couldn't attract a Volkswagen type employer other than we don't have the serviced land. Volkswagen has gone to southwestern Ontario. Originally, they started off talking about 650 acres. They are at 1,500 acres now for that plant. It's not just Volkswagen, though. It is all of the ancillary services, all of the supply chain. And when you step back and think about it, there's a lot of things that come in with an electric vehicle that most people don't recognize. And I'm going to touch on one in particular and why St. Thomas went to 1,500 acres on this. All of the batteries that are used in electric vehicles have a metal casing around them. If you think of it like a coffee can, that effectively is what it is. Think about how ineffective it would be to have the plant that manufactures those coffee cans in Kansas and shipping empty cans of air from Kansas to Ontario so that the batteries could be put in it. That would be a massive waste. The transportation cost, the carbon footprint would be outrageous to transport empty cans. And what Volkswagen was able to do was to convince one of their suppliers to come to St. Thomas and build them right there. We started off with 12,000 jobs coming from Volkswagen. We are now at 31,000 jobs that are coming into that area as a result of the electric vehicle manufacturing revolution that is going on. And the only thing that is stopping our community from taking advantage of that is the lack of a mega site of serviced employment land. We have land all around us. We have a wonderful place for people to come and live. We have all of the amenities of a large city, and we have all of those great things that a small town also has to offer. But we're restricted because we don't have serviced land that we can use to attract some. When I first started talking about this with the mayors from the other townships and with Mayor Leal on it, there was at the time the possibility of 12 companies coming to Ontario. All 12 of them have made deals and will be coming to Ontario. None of them are coming here. There are 6 to 8 more that Minister Fedeli has identified that are looking seriously at Ontario and want to come to Ontario. There's a small window of opportunity for us if we can get together and look at, from the perspective of the greater Peterborough area, how do we make it so that it's attractive for everyone? How do we make it so that there's a win for everyone? So that we have those high employment jobs that we can use as one of those tools to attract a physician. That we can attract those businesses in so that our average family income goes from about 80,000 to 100,000. How do we find ways? Because one of the things that we know is a challenge in attracting physicians is more than 50% of physicians graduating from medical school right now don't want to deal with geriatric medicine. We're the second oldest community in Canada. How do we lower the average age? We have Trent University and Sir Stamford Fleming College that are producing high quality graduates every single year by the thousands, and they have to leave because they don't have opportunities for employment here. We have an opportunity by working together collaboratively with the County of Peterborough, the province of Ontario, and the city of Peterborough to find a way to make that work. And what's really encouraging from my perspective is there have been ongoing conversations. We are at a point where trust is being built between all of the neighbors around Peterborough and the city of Peterborough. And we're at the precipice so that we could, with the right push, get over that and solve a lot of our challenges. You have a challenge before you with your budget. You're talking about a 5% property tax increase because you don't have a large employment base. The taxes are based on residences. If we had a way of attracting businesses, that shift happens. So it's no longer an 80% burden on the residential tax base. We have a way of making this work. We have a way of reducing the average age of the residents in Peterborough by having our Trent University and Sir Stamford Fleming College graduates want to stay here and have employment opportunities. We have an opportunity to lower the average cost of housing by having serviced land that can be built, purpose-built rentals, affordable rentals. And there are investments that we are making on that. We're really, really close to making that much of a positive difference for the entire community. And I will stop on my soapbox at this point and open up for any questions anyone may have.
All right, thank you, MPP Smith. We have Councillor Reel, Burke, and Basiliadis. Councillor Reel, questions?
Through the chair to MPP Dave Smith. Dave, thank you very much for being here tonight. First off, I want to thank you for the work that the government's done on the detox and treatment center. But the city and the county has had an epidemic for years of addiction. Where is your government on the detox and treatment center? The increased number, the one that we're going to build now, can be easily running 724, 365 days a year, and still wouldn't even be the tip of the iceberg of helping the needed people. So where is the government of Ontario on the much needed, I'm going to say super or a bigger detox and treatment center, so that we can grapple with the addiction problem that we have in the city and the county that have been, in my time, well over 20 or 30 years old?
Thank you, Councillor Riel. I appreciate the question. I think if you take a look at what has happened in our community over the last number of years, we have taken a graduated step approach to this. The consumption and treatment site being part of it to start off with. The whole purpose behind a consumption and treatment site is to build trust with individuals so that we can get them to the point that we can take them to treatment. But you have to have those treatment options in order to get them to go to treatment. And we were sorely lacking in those. If you take a look at what we didn't have a lot of those services. Now we're in a position where we actually do have them. There was an increase in funding for community withdrawal services through forecasts. There was funding that was given to Right to Heal for a cognitive-based therapy, non-medical based. Obviously, the residential detox and rehab center would be 6 detox beds and 6 rehab beds. There's a couple of minor delays on that on the construction side that we hope to have addressed relatively quickly on it, and we are still hoping to have that opened very, very soon. In speaking to the organizations that are going to be running it, I think they're frustrated with some of the timelines to get it open. But it leads to the question of what's the province doing? We've taken Minister Tibollo has taken a great deal of effort to look at best practices, not just in Canada, but across all of the world. He's been to Portugal. He's seen how they have dealt with things. He has been obviously to BC and seen some of the things there, but he's also been to Edmonton, to Alberta, to see what they're doing. Alberta has almost 4 times the number of treatment beds that Ontario has. And Alberta has about 1/5 of the population that Ontario has. They are light years ahead of us in terms of treatment. And Minister Tibollo has been working on a plan then to open up more treatment beds across Ontario. I think the number he's been referring to is 4,000 more that he's building towards. Now, it's great to have the extra beds available, but you also have to have the staff available for it. And that is one of the things that we have been working on, making sure that we actually can staff this. When you look at the number of nursing positions that have been opened up in universities and colleges across Ontario, both the RNs and the RPNs, those are things that we've had to focus on. There has also been a focus on, obviously, PSWs, but there is also staff that are specific to harm reduction and drug rehab treatment. That is what Minister Tibollo is working on at present. And I can't make any announcements on it. It'll be something that he'll be making an announcement on. But I suspect that in the very near future, in government terms, near future for government could be a couple of years away. But near future in government terms, there'll be an announcement on it. And it's all being done as a combined approach. We can't add more beds if we don't have the staff to actually be there to do the service. So the two of them are working hand in hand, and there'll be further announcements coming.
Through the chair to Dave, hot on the heels on that is mental health. Where is your government on building more beds of mental health? Certainly either at PRHC or another institution. The closest institution we have here is Oak Shores, for people that need mental health. And certainly we see this every day. If you're in Peterborough, people struggling. We're going to have a presentation here tonight from MSORT. I mean, certainly this is another area. The catchment area for Peterborough is probably 300,000 just alone, and the mental health issue here. So where's your government on building more mental health beds, either at PRHC or an institution itself to house these people that are desperately in need of help?
There's a difference of opinion on whether you should be doing it from an institution or whether you should be doing it from other services. And what I'll say is that we are at the forefront on some of the other services. CMHA HKPR is leading a pilot project on mobile mental health and addiction services. There are 2 buses that were purchased specifically for that. They have been in operation now for about 18 months. And Mark, forgive me if I'm getting the timelines wrong. It might be slightly less than that as well. That is something that this area is piloting, and it would be rolling out across the entire province. So it would be factually incorrect to suggest that Peterborough is not receiving funding for this, for mental health. Peterborough actually is at the forefront for it. And in reality, my riding has received more support for mental health and addictions financially than any other riding of the 124 ridings in Ontario. We have received more funding in the last 4 years for this than anyone else has. And it's because we have some exceptional service providers who have stepped up and said, we can do this and we can show the rest of the province how it can be done. And that's why we have some of the pilots that we have now in this community.
My last question through the chair to Dave, certainly, and you opened the door, and certainly talking about employment lands, and certainly the employment when the 407 was built, the hospital or the reason or what we were told is going to be the gateway to the Kawarthas. We've seen a wagon train of people coming here to live, but no jobs. Mm-hmm. We have spent $12 million in CleanTech Common, which is is waiting for a tenant. We still have property on Major Bennett. We still have property on Technology Drive. Mm-hmm. Certainly, it would be love to have the Volkswagens of the world, but all of the ones, and I'm looking at all of these big hair ones that have gone, they're all on the 401 corridor. We're off the beaten track. So would you say that we need a higher professional lobbyist to go to Queen's Park to lobby on behalf of Peterborough to bring jobs here? Because like I said, we spent $12 million of CleanTech Common, 8 years without a tenant. We're still waiting for a tenant. So who is going to bring that jobs here? Do we need a lobbyist sitting in Queen's Park every day lobbying and saying, Peterborough is the destination spot. We have the workforce. We have some land for you to build.
You don't have the land.
Yes,
Keith,
we do.
To
build these niche businesses.
You do
We're
not.
talking about Volkswagen all the time.
You do not have the land.
We have land here and it's not being used.
No, you don't, Keith. You need to have a minimum of 100-acre plot to attract any company of any size. And you do not have a 100-acre plot. The largest plot that you have right now would be the GE property, and it's not ready for it. The 85 acres at Trent University is not 85 acres that can be used. It's about 40 acres that can be used, unless you're going to tell someone that they're going to be allowed to build on provincially significant wetlands, because I am not going to tell someone that they can build on provincially significant wetlands. There's a reason why it's provincially significant wetlands. You have about 40 acres at CleanTech Commons, and there were restrictions on the types of businesses that could be put in there. Trent University has done some of the work for it. PCAD has done some of the work for it. The challenge that you have in this community right now is you do not have a sizable piece of serviced employment land. That is the cold, hard truth. There is not anything that is large enough to attract one of those employers to this community. In fact, we have companies in this community right now that are looking to leave because they cannot get a piece of property in this area that is large enough to suit their expansion needs. That's a real problem. And it is something that has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed from a regional perspective. What do we do to make this entire region attractive to someone? The city doesn't have the land. The city does not have the land.
The county to get off their ass and partner with us. That's part of your job as the MPP for not only the city, but also the county. So you do your job in trying to get the county on board with us to work with us, because we're there as a partner. We're willing to do our bit.
Making statements like you will not service land that you do not own is not going to make a partnership with the county. And as a council, you have to get off of that standpoint. You have to look at it from the perspective of how do you find a win for everyone? It cannot be one-sided. And the approach that has been taken by yourself and others in saying that you will not service land that you do not control means you're not going to make a deal with someone else.
Burke and then Vasiliadis. Councillor Burke?
Thanks, Chair Beamer. Thanks, MPP Smith, for coming. I think that in the research that I've done for these various crisis points that we find ourselves in Peterborough, any successful solution to something like homelessness or housing has involved the unity between all levels of government. And so, you know, I'm here to say that I'm willing to work with you, and I appreciate the respect you've shown me as a new councillor. And I'd also like to acknowledge the $2.4 million per year that you've immediately given to us with a free rein. You know, that funding has given us a very meaningful impact to house people and to find adequate shelter for people. So thank you for that. I think the difficult thing for me, as someone who is involved in the housing and homelessness through my portfolio, I'm vice chair with Keith, is that we're always hearing from people that want to just build our way quickly out of this crisis. And the elephant in the room always is the issue of affordability for people in our community. And so I have a few questions. I might have to go back on the list, but my first question, sure. Please, and I reserve the right to be wrong. You probably know the numbers better than I do. But my first question is about social assistance rates. And chronically, you know, like the main challenge to ensure people are able to afford housing is that social assistance rates have not kept pace with housing costs and inflation. So a single person on OW is eligible for $733 per month, of which $400 is devoted to shelter assistance. And so good luck trying to find a place for $400. And even ODSP for the housing portion for a single person is $528. So my question is, are there any plans for the province to reevaluate social assistance rates, given that they have not kept pace with cost of housing and inflation?
So we made a change to social services just over a year ago, and it is tied to the consumer price index now. And there'll be increases on a yearly basis based on that for it. So you will see every year all levels of social assistance increasing as a result of that. One of the challenges that we face when we look at social assistance is it's a blanket across the entire province. And there are differences, vast differences in cost of living in different communities. I don't know that there is a structural way that can be addressed to make it so that it is specific to a community. The cost of living in Peterborough is much higher than it is even in different areas of this riding. It's less expensive to live in Apsley, for example, than it is to live in Peterborough. But it is less expensive to live in Peterborough than it is, for the most part, to live in downtown Toronto. One of the challenges that we face here is that we were, I believe, 9th in all of Canada for the cost of rentals. And that is not sustainable for anyone in this community. I talked about what the average income was for someone in this region. We are, I believe the number was 69th in the province on it. We're not in the top 50 in terms of income. That puts strains on it. When we look at the city itself, I am on record multiple times over the last 5 years of saying that the city is landlocked and it'll be very difficult to have appropriate housing built if you don't have inexpensive land to start with. And I think the example I gave, this was a few years ago now, but I think it's a really good example. There was a piece of property that was 100 acres on Brayley in Cabanmonaghan that sold for just over $900,000. At the same time, the YMCA, the old YMCA building was up for sale by Jenny Ingram before the Y lots were built, and it sold for $1.2 million. It's about an acre. If you start with 100 acres at less than $1 million versus 1 acre at $1 million, it's much easier to build less expensive homes because you have to factor in the cost of the land. That has been a challenge for this community for a number of years. The last time there was an expansion of the borders of the city of Peterborough was in the late 90s. And at the time, they were talking about a 25-year plan. I believe it was 97 is when they first started talking again about another expansion. That was 26 years ago. And that whenever they looked at the expansions, they were in 25-year increments. So what was recognized 26 years ago for what the city needed for growth for the next 25 years, that's not the case today. Had we gotten that land 26 years ago, then we would be looking at what do we need for the next 25? We need to do catch up on that last 26 and look more than 25 years in the future. And that's why I have been talking about what would the 100-year plan look like? How do we bring all of the partners together then to make it effective for 100 years? And when you look at that far into the future, then you are looking at what does Selwyn need? What does Autonomy South Monaghan need? What does Cavan Monaghan need? What does Douro Denver need? Even what does Havelock, North Kawartha, and Trent Lakes need? Because what the city today looks like is vastly different than it did 100 years ago. What Lakefield looks like today is vastly different than it did 100 years ago. And all of those things have to work together.
Yeah, thanks for that. You know, I come at this anecdotally, and I have friends that have been on social assistance for decades and they've been able to survive. But through circumstances, they found themselves into the market having to rent. And historically, that money that has given them enough to survive is not enough. Period. And I think that, you know, that as we continue to not address that, to not address the affordability for people in this conversation about housing, it only continues to affect people in our community and add to the problems we're facing. Internally, my next question, please, through the chair, is that the city has incurred increasing administrative costs with OW, and the province has not has kept its funding for that frozen. So we're having, like, in many different areas of the city, we're having to pay more as the province has capped out its funding, in some cases since the 90s. So are there steps being taken to address the growing financial burden on cities due to the escalating administration costs of the Ontario Works program?
So to look at it from a piece by piece situation, I don't think is actually a fair assessment on. You started off your comments with thanking me for the additional $2.5 million on the housing side. And what I'll point out is that it was about $5 million that you had budgeted for from the province. You were going to spend about $6 million in total. There was a few $100,000 that was coming from the county for it. So realistically, there was about a $700,000 hit to the municipal budget. We're giving you $7.5 million towards your $6 million budget on that. Now, I recognize that you're increasing your spending on the homelessness challenge that we face here. But I'll point out that $800,000 of what you were going to spend, you don't have to. So when you look at what administrative costs are on a program versus another program, I don't think it's fair to look at it that way. I think what you should be looking at is what's the total amount of support that the province is providing to a community, and how do we make that work within the budget? Because all of that, if I'm picking up additional costs, if the province is picking up additional costs in some area where you would have been supplementing it and you're not anymore, that's freeing up resources for you to use in other areas. So I think that to be fair to everyone involved, you need to be looking at what the total amount of funding is that's coming from the province to the city on things. And when we look at it, there has been a significant increase in funding to the city over the last few years.
I think I'll get back on the list, Chair Beamer, for the rest of my questions. But, you know, I definitely agree with your logic if things stay static, right? But what we are finding, back to my first point about affordability, is that things have not stayed static, right? So while you have taken from column B to put into column A, we still need to fund column B, or else more people end up in increasingly vulnerable situations, situations of precarity, and situations where they cannot afford to live, right? And you know, think give me a time in the last 20 years where inflation and cost of living has gone down. It just hasn't, right?
That's why we tied to OW and ODSP to the cost of living a year ago, so that we didn't find ourselves in a position where people were falling further behind as they had been over the last, I'll say 30 years.
Okay, thank you. I'll put you back on the list. So I have Councillor Vassiliadis, Hakey, Lachika, and Burke. Councillor Vassiliadis.
Thank you, Chair, through you to MPP Smith. Thank you for being here. And I sit on the Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee as a representative for the city, and I want you to know that we are taking a regional approach to that. That the county is on that with us, economic development, and our local medical community. So it's something that we've been working on since it was the last year of our last term that we created this, and understanding that we needed to invest more money into recruiting physicians in this area. Now, my question is mainly about the CHC, and I know you've advocated for that quite a bit, and so we had the our Peterborough group present in April, and we wrote a letter of support at that point. And then last general committee meeting, we had them present, and then another letter of support was written for that. Is there anything else that our council can do to get a CHC in Peterborough? I mean, and beyond that, what are our chances? What do you think our chances are? So,
What else can Peterborough do to advocate, not just council, but Peterborough in general? What else can they do to advocate for CHC? There was a petition that was floating around that one of the things, and as elected officials, I think you're all going to agree with this statement. When a community comes forward en masse and says to you as the elected official, we need something, regardless of what it is, that becomes one of the tools in the tool chest that you have then to advocate for and present your case. In my case, I go to the Minister of Health and I say, here's what my community needs, and here's why we need it, and here's all of the things that we're facing. And she has all of those statistics. The Ministry of Health has all of those statistics. In fact, they give those things to me so that I can then make the argument for them. One of the other things that we need is to show that there is not just a demand for it, but a will from the community to use it and support it. And what can help me on it is coming to my office, signing that petition, putting your name beside it, having some contact information so that they can validate that you actually are from this community, so that I can go back to the ministry and say, not only do the statistics bear out to say that we need it, but my community is coming to me and they desperately want this because they need it. And giving me then those tools that I can present to the minister, that I can present to the bureaucrats in the ministry to say, it's not just a need, but it's a great desire. And having that, having someone's name and a Peterborough County or city-based address gives me the ability to say, here's the number of people that see the value in it. We will use it. We will support it. Send an email to me because it's something that's in writing with your name on it. But make sure that you have some address that shows that you're in this catchment area. Just your postal code is really all I need to show that you're here. Send me an email at dave.smith@pc.ola.org, or come into my office and sign one of the petitions, or go to PRHC and sign one of the petitions. There was a petition at the police station. I can get more of them and have them at the police station. If council would approve it, I would leave them at the front desk here at City Hall. The more people who come forward and put their name to it and say, we want it and we will support it, the more likely I'm going to be able to convince the ministry that it's not just a need, but it's a desire.
just one more quick question. Thank you for that answer. One issue that keeps coming up at our Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee is that the amount of space or positions at medical schools. And for example, the last MCAT that was written, there might have been 5,000 applicants for 100 positions. Can the provincial government do anything to open up more space for in medical schools throughout Ontario? Is that something that you can advocate for us? I know it comes up on a regular basis. Yeah.
There's a couple of things that we've done on it. First off, for residencies, 402 new positions have been added across Ontario. Minimum of 21 new positions in each of the medical schools and 54 of them in the two largest ones. So we have increased the number of residence positions. There are positions that are being held at Canadian universities, at Ontario universities, specifically for foreign students to come in. We have to re-examine that as well to see whether or not it makes sense to have as many foreign doctors coming in. If they're staying in Ontario, absolutely bring them in. But if 100% of them are coming in, doing the residency in Ontario and then leaving, that's got to stop. And that is something that we're looking at. They're gathering the data now on that over the last number of years. How many of those international students actually stayed here in Ontario? I don't want to suggest that we shouldn't have international doctors. Happy to have them if they're staying in Ontario and practicing medicine. One of the other changes that we made is working in conjunction with the College of Physicians and Surgeons. Foreign trained doctors can have their designation recognized in Ontario significantly faster. We have one family doctor who will be starting his practice in Bridgenorth later this month. He wasn't able to get into a Canadian medical school, so he went to the Caribbean. He did his residency in Michigan and Ohio, and will be practicing in Ennismore because he's originally from Ennismore. Previously, it would have been about 3 years for him to actually get through that. He graduated in June, and he'll be practicing in Ennismore this month. So we have significantly shortened that. And basically what we've done with it is the College of Physicians and Surgeons has looked at different jurisdictions and said, who is very close to what Ontario is offering? And if they're really close to what we have in terms of the professional development, why are we putting that extra layer on it and forcing these doctors to go through more hoops? They're not likely to want to come here if they have to go through too many hoops. The United Kingdom, Ireland, and most of the states in the United States have all been approved for this fast tracking on it now. And I think we're seeing the result of that locally with a physician who will be starting his practice in Bridgenorth very, very soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vastianis. I have Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and hello, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Top of the heap.
We have had, you and I have had a lot of discussions about the cross-servicing.
Mhm.
It's something that I do support with a big caveat. Water is no problem for us to service anybody. It's the sanitary capacity, and that's what we're debating internally, and I've had discussions with other councillors too. Some say we have 40% left, some say we have 30% left, some say we have 20. That's the problem. And as you and I have discussed too, because it's the infrastructure, and I think I have the number right, the citizens, the taxpayers of Peterborough directly have invested about $2 billion into it. So they have to get some type of a return.
Mhm.
So you can take that back to the county and tell them I'm fully behind this, but it would be not just the water and sewer charges, but what I think is fair to be worked out, or at least talked about, is a percentage of the property taxes also. I think that that's a very fair and equitable solution. Now, having said that, the issue becomes, is there a government program that exists or coming up that will support expanding an existing facility or allowing a community to build a new one?
Typically, when I'm given a question that I know the answer to that I can't give the answer, my reply is, I'm happy to serve the people of Ontario in any capacity the Premier Ford sees fit. You can read into that however you would like.
Okay.
But what I will say is those communities that demonstrate that there is a need for an upgrade to their wastewater and water because they're attracting industry and they're building homes, it's much easier to make the argument that they should be put at the front of the list to have those upgrades done. Those communities that are not attracting employment opportunities and are not building significant housing, it's much more difficult to do it because we do have a housing crisis across Ontario and we do have an employment challenge in Ontario. So it would make sense for the government of Ontario then to invest in those areas where people are moving to and people are being employed in. And if we're short land, but have an opportunity to demonstrate that by working together, we could attract a significant employer, we could build significant housing, it makes it much easier than to say the Peterborough area needs to be moved up on that list if a program were to be announced.
Okay, thank you, Dave. And through you, if a program were to be announced, any idea what that program might look like from a dollars and cents view?
Happy to serve the people of Ontario in any
Okay.
capacity the Premier Ford sees fit.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hickey. I have Councillor LaChica, Burke, Mayor Leal, and Crowley. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to MPP Smith, thank you for coming tonight. And, you know, so much of what you've shared relates to our health and well-being as constituents of Peterborough, and we appreciate that. And all that's gone into the treatment center, as previous speakers have talked about, and the CTS, the safe consumption site. As I said on the Board of Health, sometimes we talk about the progress with things, and based on our community safety and well-being plan, which is paramount to all the work we're doing to support those suffering from addiction issues. The expanding of services to those using inhalants is something that is sort of on the landscape right now because there are a great number of those folks who are actually the users. And so it's my understanding that a Smoke-Free Ontario amendment is what would be needed for that to be expanded in our services at the CTS. I wondered if you could speak to that at all, and is that something that we could look towards in the near future, especially given we have safety and well-being issues with our residents, especially downtown.
So let me start by saying that the greatest value of a consumption and treatment site is that you're building trust with an individual to eventually get them to treatment. If you're not building towards treatment, if you're not building towards some form of sobriety, effectively what you're doing is palliative care for someone. So every opportunity that we have to build on that trust, to get someone to take that next step, whatever that next step may be for them, and it is different for every individual. I think that is something that we should be working towards. I don't have the statistics, the current statistics on the number of inhalation overdoses that we have had versus the number of injection overdoses. I don't have statistics that say here's the number of potential users of the CTS if we had inhalation services. But what I will say is, if we have one individual who comes to the CTS to use the services there, and they are an inhalation drug user, and we turn them away, we've lost the opportunity to build trust with that individual. And in fact, what we have done is we have created a situation where it will be that much harder then to build trust, because they've taken the initiative to say, I need some help. And they've come there, and we've had to turn them away. If we're going to have a consumption and treatment site, my personal belief is we should not be in a position where we're turning away a user because you're destroying the opportunity for trust with that user. And the biggest value of the CTS is to build trust, to get them to some form of treatment. I can't give you assurances that on my own, I can get that approved, but I can give you assurances that I believe that the value of the CTS is in the trust that you're building. And if we're turning someone away, we're destroying that opportunity for trust.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaChica. Councillor Burke.
Hi, through the chair to MCP Smith.
It's like deja vu all over again.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't want to go toe to toe with you. You're good. You know, I asked you some questions. You're good. You're really good. You're really good.
It's why people elected me. to be good for them.
No, I know, and I respects game, they say, the kids say, but you know, I think that a couple of things I would really just sort of like piggyback what my council colleague Councillor Lachika said about changing the funding structure to allow for inhalation. The community has through philanthropy raised money and purchased the vent hoods. And my understanding of the situation is that it's paperwork. You know, I don't have the numbers either, but I know that, to use your analogy of palliative care or elder care, it would be like as if every old folks home and hospital, you know, in Peterborough weren't accepting people with dementia. And we just had all the dementia patients walking the street. That's what it's like right now, right? Like high 90% of people that are using fentanyl are inhaling it. It's too strong. They're not injecting it, they're inhaling it. And we know that by the overdoses, they continue to increase. They're happening across the street at the library. They're happening in our businesses, in the foyers, when people live on the street, and it's through inhalation. And it seems to me like, from my understanding of the situation, that to use your skills, like I think you could make it happen, and I think it would have an impact on the community. And so I don't know if you have anything to add to that. Do you know what the situation is with that funding structure change that needs to happen?
Happy to serve the people of Ontario in any capacity the Premier Force sees fit. I'm afraid I can't talk about it right now.
Can't talk about that. Okay. Yeah, and then I guess I'll just end with my idea about affordability, because it's something that we're faced day in and day out on council, right? And you know, I think for me it would help when the province is giving us money, because the money was pitched in the press as a boost, right? And the quote by you in the press was that you would continue to fund wraparound services, you would continue to fund existing services. And tonight now you're saying that, well, you know, we balanced it with other things, and that's what you get. And so I think the public needs to know, like, I'm a very visual person, and I'm imagining like Indiana Jones when he's taking the weight off the thing and then everything collapses. Like I think the public, you know, we need to know that if something is coming to us, that it's not affecting all of these other things that people that are very vulnerable and living in very precarious ways in our community survive upon. Thank you.
Come to the press conference tomorrow at noon.
All right, Mayor Leal, Councillor Crowley, DeGay, and Parnell, and then we'll look at moving.
Well,
on.
thanks very much,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Dave, for being with us this evening. I'm going to switch gears a bit. My question is about pensions.
We don't get one as an MPP.
No,
you know that.
I do. Not MPP's pensions. I want to talk about national pensions for a moment. The province of Alberta is musing that they may withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan. And any province that would withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan has a huge impact on benefits from coast to coast to coast. And with the high number of seniors in the city of Peterborough and in your riding, the Canada Pension Plan now as a defined benefit plan is really a backstop by default for many people. Through you, Mr. Chair, too, as the government of Ontario formulated a position vis-a-vis Alberta and their musings about withdrawing for CPP, the historical context is this. Every Ontario premier since Mr. Robarts, when it was the inception in 1965, has been a supporter of the national plan and CPP.
That would be an excellent question for Minister Bethlehem Falvey as soon as the fall economic statement is released, and he's in a position where he can talk about the finances of the province moving forward into the budget. At this stage, it's not something that I have any ability to speak about. That would all be coming through Ministry of Finance and the research that they would have to do to see what the effects would be if Alberta were to come out of the CPP, and what that would mean for Ontario. How would we address it as we move forward? Again, that's a question for Minister Bethlehem Falvey.
I just wanted to put a red flag on this because I think there's so many other events that are overshadowing this. This could be a very fundamental debate for Canadians from sea to sea to sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. Councillor Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Smith. How are you, sir?
As I said earlier, top of the heap.
Good. Well, it's good to see you again. Thank you so much for what you've done so far in the community, but I know that Alex has stolen a little bit of my thunder with talking about supportive services. I know that ODSP is very close to my heart. I know that I have a lot of friends who are struggling with ODSP now, and I know that it's, like Alex said, it's not keeping up with what we consider affordable here. And I know that there are a lot of people who are choosing sort of made options as opposed to continue the struggle. So I know that I won't belabor that point. I know that it's already been discussed. It's already been out there. So we'll have a chat at some point over it, I'm sure. But one thing that was mentioned was the GE site. And it just sort of struck with me, is there anything that the province can do to assist us with maybe doing something with the GE site to get it to the point where it could be an attractive parcel of land to bring industry in and repurpose it? Is that
there's a few things with the GE site that have to be taken into account. Obviously, there is some contamination there that everyone is very well aware of, and there would have to be some remediation there. But there's also BWXT, which is occupying a significant portion of it. And what would that mean to BWXT and their opportunities within the city of Peterborough? Is there expansion plans that they may or may not have? How would that affect it if they were to expand? What do you do with the other portion of the property then if they don't expand? And how does that factor into it? So there's not a linear path that I can point to and say, if we did X, Y would occur. It's something that can be part of a discussion as we move forward, but recognize that there's a lot of complications in it, not just because of GE and the contamination, but also because we have BWXT, which is an exceptional employer that we would not want to box in so that if they needed to do an expansion, they weren't able to here and then would have to take a look at moving someplace else. The direction that Ontario is going on the nuclear side, I think bodes very well for the nuclear industry here, whether it's Rolls-Royce, whether it is BWXT. The small modular reactor that's being put in at the Darlington site is the first of a number of them. BWXT is part of the group that has the potential to be doing some of the work on that. I wouldn't want to find ourselves in a position where we're essentially forcing BWXT to leave because we have narrowly boxed them in. So yes, I'm happy to have further conversations about what we can do with GE, but it's not a linear path, and it's something that we would have to massage and look at from a lot of different angles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Duguay and Parnell. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Mr. Smith, welcome to our chambers. I'm sure you would have appreciated the normal 5-minute delegation limitation. I'd like to start off by thanking you and the province for their financial assistance towards our detox facility. It's long overdue and needed in our community, and I look forward to its operation and potential expansion if such exists. Secondly, the mobile service funding that's available, that's important. I think that plays well into the role potentially where our community has played a central and significant role in providing services. If services can be made mobile, perhaps we can distribute those services more equitably throughout our area. I'd like to thank you today for support around our community health center. A couple of questions with respect to housing production. I believe the allocation or the assignment to Peterborough is 4,700 units, I believe. I'm aware through information that's available from planning development and from the development community, there could be as many as 2,500 dwelling units in the system. Should our community reach the 4,700 unit threshold or approach it, do you anticipate the funding? Do you anticipate the province rewarding good behavior? In other words, you get to that mark where we can assist you with other measures. Do you anticipate that, or is that a matter you can't yet comment upon?
No, we actually do have a fund that is set aside for that. So if you meet certain targets on a yearly basis, and I believe the threshold is 80% of whatever the target is for that year. 4,700 is the total for Peterborough by 2031, but it's not being broken up we're not dividing it by 7, let's say. That's not how it's going to work on it. There's a smaller number that you're going to need to hit in the first couple of years, and then it will ramp up as we go from there, because we do recognize that there's some infrastructure things that have to be put in place in any community, whether it's Peterborough or anywhere else, in order to get to those targets. We can't just simply say I'll use round easy numbers. In 10 years, you're going to have 5,000 houses or 5,000 residences. I hesitate to say houses because some of them may be apartments, some of them may be apartment buildings and combinations of things. We're not going to be saying to you, you have to hit 500 every year, because you're not going to hit 500 in the first few years. That's just not possible. So it is a graduated number that's on it. We refer to it, the acronym is the BFF, which is the Building Faster Fund, but it's also your best friend, because those communities that are building homes are putting more people in. They've got more friends. They've got more residents who are happy because they have it. If you hit those targets on a yearly basis, then there's additional funding that will come to you to help with some of the infrastructure. And I'll use Brantford as a prime example. Brantford is ahead of the curve of everyone right now. Last year, they would have hit 117% of what their target was. Should Brantford be further incentivized to continue down that path? Absolutely. Another community that I won't name because they didn't do very well only hit 8% of their target. Should that community be rewarded the same way that Brantford is? And the answer to that is no. Sometimes it takes a municipality a bit of time to put the structures in place to make it work, to move ahead. And that's why we have reduced what your targets would be. I think that there have been measures that have been taken by previous council and this council to expedite some of those processes. Service Peterborough, I think, is a fantastic example of that will speed up some of the processes for you. I'm relatively confident that within a couple of years of the targets, you're going to be coming close to hitting them and seeing some of those benefits.
And to that extent, I'd like to thank the province for the funding the Provincial Streamline Development Fund, which I believe was about 1.75 million, which is helping with some of the approvals of various programs our municipality is contemplating. I have a second question then with respect to transit. Our council is contemplating an improved transit system and improved ridership and efficiency. Should that occur to a notable or appreciable amount, would there be provincial funding available to support the better job we do at increasing ridership? Is there corresponding provincial funding available now or in the horizon?
So at present, any community that has a public transit system receives funding through the gas tax. I believe Peterborough's last year was about 1.8 million. During COVID, we increased it. I think there was one year where it was around 2.5 million that we transferred to Peterborough. One of the things, though, that the Peterborough has done, and I would say this is something that's very good and should be looked at expanding upon, was the link. Now, I get to claim that the link happened under me, because it started after I was the MPP. But the reality is it was the hard work of your mayor who did most of the legwork originally to get the link funded. I just happened to carry the football across the goal line. Thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate that one. It was an easy win for me. In talking to the mayors in the rest of Peterborough County, there is an appetite for working with the city on transit. That becomes something then that makes it very easy for me to advocate for additional funding around transit for Peterborough, because I can then point out that although we're not Toronto, although it's not the traditional transit-based community that's being put in Toronto and Hamilton and Ottawa, I can say that Peterborough City and County is a transit-based community if we have transit that connects more than just Curve Lake, Lakefield, and Peterborough. There's an opportunity, as much as I hate to give David Pacini a win, but there's an opportunity to have transit going to Keene, transit going to Norwood. And if transit's going all the way to Norwood, then it's not a stretch to take it all the way into to Havelock. It's not a stretch then to connect the current link program that's going to Curve Lake with, say, Buckhorn. Probably not getting an awful lot of people from a hamlet of 300 to be taking transit. But if we're talking about those types of opportunities and we're actually looking at how can we provide service into the county, we're building good relationships with the county, and you're making it easier for me then to go to the Ministry of Transportation and say, we need to have creative ways of funding this too.
Those are the extent of my comments and questions, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you for your.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Purnell, and then we'll look at moving on. Councillor Purnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to MPP Smith. Thank you for all your comments so far. I want to go back to employment lands for just a moment, because it is just a classic chicken egg scenario. We keep hearing, well, you don't have service lands available to attract the major employer. And we did, as you may recall, Mr. Chair, last term of council, we tried to shoehorn some employment lands into our existing boundary, which even at the time I really didn't think was the best. It's not flat land, et cetera, et cetera. But that was what was submitted to the province because we literally had nowhere else to put them. And then the province removed those employment lands from our official plan. So we're left with nothing in our official plan to expand employment lands. So my question to you is, as our MPP, because we don't have those lands yet, are you able to bring one of those wonderful employers to us as that catalyst to actually get the county and the city to, do whatever we have to do to create employment lands for the region that is fair to the city taxpayer with servicing, et cetera, et cetera?
So one of the things that the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade does is they ask for an inventory of available land all across Ontario. And we have, the city and the county has submitted what we have available right now within the confines of each of our boundaries. But it's not a great deal. Most of the employment opportunities that come to the province get filtered through MedCat. And when a company is in discussion with Minister Fedeli on it, they'll say, we need X amount of land. And that's what they look at on it. And that's why I have been saying publicly for the last year, we need to be looking at the only border being the border on the outer edge of the county of Peterborough. And if we can establish then where it makes sense to have employment lands throughout this great Peterborough area, not just the city, not just each individual township, but look at it from the perspective of what makes the most sense and not be concerned about where those boundaries are for townships and the city of Peterborough, then we have something that we can turn to the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade and say, we have this 600-acre plot that, and I'll use an area that I'm not suggesting it's going to be employment lands because it can't be. But if we took a look at Park Hill Road and TV Road, obviously you have Donwood. I'm not suggesting that we're going to take out Donwood. Please don't take it that way. What I'm doing is I'm using the boundaries as an example. You have the city of Peterborough, you have Douro-Dummer, and you have Autonomy South Monaghan. If there were a plot of land there, and there isn't, and I'm not suggesting we're going to raise houses. We're not tearing any of those houses down. But if we took a look at that and said, here's 600 acres, and yes, part of it is in this township, and part of it's in that township, and part of it is over here. But we remove those borders. Then we have something sellable to go to the ministry to say, this 600 or 800 or 1,000 acre piece of land is something that could attract. And then it becomes, here's an employer coming in. Here's a Volkswagen. This is what they need. Here's what they need for services. Going back to Councillor Hakey's point of the city needs some of the tax revenue. There is nothing stopping multiple municipalities from working together and saying, in this section, we're going to create a new type of zone. This is what the taxation for that zone is going to be. And here's how that taxation is going to be divided up, proportionate to the size of the land, perhaps, proportionate to the size of the services that are being provided. But having the opportunity to say, this land without borders is something that can be done becomes a very minor detail, that working out what the border should be, what the servicing should be, and how the taxation should be divided up. If we focus on who owns the land, if we focus on who services the land, and we focus on what happens with the revenue, we've lost sight of what we're trying to accomplish, because each of us then will be concerned about what we're getting or what we're losing. Push that to the side. Instead, look at what's the opportunity that we have for our area. How do all of us benefit? And when we have that, those minor details become very small. That's the approach that I took when I amalgamated the PCCHL and the PMHA. They had been separate entities for more than 60 years. They'd had 4 failed amalgamation attempts. And what I did is I brought the people together. We sat down at a table and said, if we were to design what boys minor hockey should look like in this community from scratch, that's where we started from. And lo and behold, less than 2 months later, we had an amalgamation. If we focus on what's the opportunity and what's the benefit for everyone, and take the small things of this is mine away, you can get to that point. But you have to be looking at it from the perspective of how do we create the opportunity and how do we create the benefit for everyone? And once you do that, everything else becomes a very small detail and you don't sweat the details.
But we need willing partners, and we need, according to you, we need that big company to be that that catalyst. So it's one of these, right?
Sure.
But I do appreciate that you're working on it, and I know about the biweekly meetings with the other mayors. So I thank you for that. My one last question. So we are going to be talking about mental health workers working alongside our police officers, which we know we need right there. It's a big part of the job, and police need to do police work. They don't need to be doing mental health work, but it's all mixed together. And of course, health is provincial, and you've heard this comment before that healthcare is provincial, it should be funded provincially. So I'm wondering if there is provincial money available to help with the police budget that we can't even comment line by line on, but that would help the police fund these mental health workers that can go out with our police officers for a more wholesome approach to calls that they receive. Easy one.
It is, and it isn't. So the easy answer is the Solicitor General today at 10 o'clock this morning made an announcement that $4.5 million was available for policing for mobile crisis units. From the SolGen, it was referred to as MCRT, Mobile Crisis Response Teams. It's also locally referred to as the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team. And then I just found this out today from courtesy of Mark Graham, that in Northumberland, it's referred to as the Mental Health Resource Team, or MHART. MSIT in the city, MSORT in the county. County OPP received $60,410 today to add additional supports for it. It was a grant-based program. 39 of the 41 services applied for and were successful. 2 services did not apply. Peterborough Police was one. When I found out about it, I reached out to Chief Betts and I said, this is a lost opportunity. Did you apply for it? And he looked, and I went to the Solicitor General's office and I asked about it. And I said, is there something different between MSIT and MSORT? And they looked at it and said, no, they're essentially the same thing. And I said, well, they've already got this program running in Peterborough, and We're funding part of that right now. Would that disqualify them? No, wouldn't disqualify them. So what happened? And what we think happened, Chief Betts wasn't aware of it. So I can't say that he did something wrong or that the Peterborough Police did something wrong. What we think happened is that there was a misunderstanding by someone who would have been writing a grant and didn't believe that Peterborough would have qualified for it. So our protocol moving forward, when I find out about these programs, I will speak directly to Chief Betts about it to ensure that he's made aware of it when I know of them. And if Peterborough Police find out about a grant opportunity that I may not have been briefed on yet, they are going to reach out to me beforehand to make sure that I can advocate on their behalf to make sure that they get it. This is a lost opportunity. We can't go back and rewrite the beginning, but starting today, we can write a new ending. And we have, working closely with Chief Betts on it, moving forward, we'll have a process in place so that those things don't slip through the cracks. And that if there are opportunities for additional grant funding for, I don't know, maybe more canines. Might be teasing something out. But if there's an opportunity for something like more canines, for example, because I think that that's an excellent program, and having more canines, I think, would be very effective for all of the medium services across Ontario.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Those opportunities are there.
MPP Smith, thanks so much for being here and all that you do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We have received for information. Moved by Councillor Hakey. Any comments or questions? And we'll take a vote. A yay? Okay. Alex is a yay. And that is carried. All right, moving on to our second presentation, programs to support vulnerable populations. I believe we have a presentation from Peterborough Police Services, Forecast, and CMHA. And with the CMHA, we have Donna Rogers. With the Peterborough Police Services, we have Staff Sergeant Craig Ralph and Inspector John Lyons. And with CMHA, we have Callie Lorente and Andrew Swift. So thank you, all of you, for being here, and welcome. And Ms. Rogers, I guess you'll start off. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation. I have a small portion of this particular presentation, so that's why they allowed me to go first and alone. I was asked to come forward and bring an update regarding the mass spectrometer that the City Council funded for us to be using at the CTS. And I just am prepared to do an update on it. So the mass spectrometer allows us to do drug checking at the CTS. And when we received this particular unit, I think we've all learned a lot since that time. And what we learned is these units typically go into places where there are labs or medical or science type people. And we are not those people. So certainly with the support of Peterborough Public Health and all of those sorts of things, we've begun to move forward. There was quite a delay. Who would know that COVID would even delay things like mass spectrometers? But supply chain didn't get this to us until late February. In addition to the in-house training we needed to do, there's a more sophisticated training that took our staff to BC to be trained in it, to be competent, to be able to provide this level of information and use the equipment properly. Also, like most other industries in our country right now, health human resources is a big challenge, and we had trained 7 people, and I think we are down to 2 people within the CTS that are now trained to use this. So All of that being said, we're backfilling all of that HHR. We've had really good hiring competitions for those. And we began a soft launch of the drug checking service in late August, primarily for folks who are current users of the CTS. It's now happening about 36 hours a week, and that is really tied to the individual who is most trained around that device at this point in time. So going forward, we certainly have training protocols in place that will, once we get a certain mass trained, there will be capacity built throughout the entire team that we won't have the same issues as we move forward. In partnership, continued partnership with public health, we have all of the metrics put in place and all the systems put in place so that the data that comes from the drug checking service is transferred to Peterborough Public Health. Peterborough Public Health are getting the data for monitoring, and that's built into their alert and reporting processes. So again, it will give us an opportunity on the back end of this, is that if things come up that we become aware of through the drug checking process, Peterborough Public Health will have that information just in time in ways that we couldn't have done if we hadn't built the back end in terms of the data for this. The use of drug checking has started. Certainly, we see it as a strong tool regarding harm reduction. Education can happen in the moment as we learn what's in the substance that people are using and being tested. And in many instances, people are making different decisions, and we have opportunities to interact, to have conversations about some of the differences in terms of how people would use or wouldn't use their substance. Certainly what we're seeing predominantly at this point in time, based on the testing that we've done, is that a lot of the fentanyl is containing high rates of benzodiazepine. We know that to be true, but we now have more concrete data that can support that. Our next steps are to continue moving forward with more training, the more sophisticated training with our staff group. And we hope as we finish up that training that we will be able to move to more of a public access for access to drug checking services throughout the community. And that's all my information. I don't know if people have questions.
Thank you so much for that. So yeah, we'll take questions. I have Councillor Reel and Burke. Councillor Reel. Oh. Okay. Well,
Okay.
well, you sure?
I'd love to stay.
Yeah. So any questions for this portion? Let's do that, and then we'll do the portion. So for this portion, I have Councillor Reel, Burke, and Baldwin. Councillor Reel, do you want to go ahead? Okay, that's fine. Councillor Burke.
Chair Beamer, through you to Donna. Hey, nice to see you. I have a question actually, because like a lot of the information we're talking about here is sometimes like high level or like niche for what we do. Can you please just explain to the room and to the public what the 4 pillars are for addiction in the community? Like we have a system, right? 4 pillars. Can you explain please what those are?
Peterborough Drug Strategy is based on a 4-pillar approach that includes prevention, harm reduction, policing, and treatment. Enforcement and treatment. I'm not sure the language it uses.
Amazing, thank you. And through the chair, what I'm getting at is an announcement in the community that was very difficult for a lot of people about the no tolerance to people, just like a radical shift in policing that has a no tolerance approach to people that are using drugs, especially vulnerable people. Were you contacted as part of that strategy? Was there a consultation that was done?
I was advised of the decision and the change in strategy in advance, so I was aware that there would be a change.
Thanks. And then through the chair, the reason why I'm asking is because we have the 4-pillar approach, and in what I read about the no tolerance approach that Chief Betts was doing, the hole that I saw in it amongst a few One thing is it doesn't align with what police chiefs in Ontario have as an approach. They have an official statement that is contrary to what our local chief is doing. That's one thing. But my fear is that his approach is relying upon being able to move people through the system. And I know that forecast is the prevention or the treatment pillar. So there's a lot of pressure for you to provide treatment to people. And I also know that you're limited by your capacity in your budget. Do you feel you have the capacity to take on the influx of people that you're going to get through this new policy?
Treatment requires two things. One is that there is a degree of problem severity that exists, and the other is a motivation to make some change. So I'm not sure that an intervention by a police officer who's moving someone alone is going to move that scale on someone's motivation to change. What I will say is, I think there is a lot of work that is potentially in front of us from an implementation perspective. So if I think about the change that the chief has proposed, I think the change involves a lot of stakeholders, including business people downtown. And I think that if there are processes that police are going to put in place, certainly one of the things that I have talked about is the need for an implementation strategy of this strategy. And I think there is a lot of learning that we could probably all do between policing, the other three pillars, but also from the community perspective, because safer communities is what we all want for everyone. So the implementation of the strategy, I certainly hope that there will be a degree of engagement with those that are going to be specifically the along that police officers are to be moving people to.
I mean, I'll finish up with, reacting to your statement through the chair. My final sort of thought is, do you believe that this is safer for people that are vulnerable? Because for me, what it will look like is furthering the way that they have to be in very desperate situations, right?
Mm-hmm.
To have someone who's using and to take away their source of drugs, we know that there's no access to treatment. You know this because your staff signs people up and they get it through central access. And we know that if you don't have money, it's like a 9-month wait to find a bed in meaningful treatment, right? And so how does community safety and well-being apply to the people that are going to be most affected by this?
So I do believe in a strong community policing model. And I do think that if people are going to make significant changes, police have a role to play in building relationships. And I do think that relationships is where we will build strength. I think that, I don't know, I was at a meeting today and this was obviously one of the topics. And I do think that it is in the implementation. I haven't seen a strategy. I don't know if it is a written strategy. I don't know how the entire strategy will be communicated. And I don't know if that strategy has a communications and an engagement strategy related to implementation. I certainly hope that there is an implementation strategy. And to be honest, most of the information that most of us in this room would have gotten, we got through a press conference that was then spoon-fed to us through media outlets. So to be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure of the intent or structure of Chief Bett's intentions related to this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baldwin and Duguay. Councillor Baldwin?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask questions about the presentation, not something that an announcement was made by Chief Betts. Donna, thanks for being here. Spectrometer, it's functioning now, is that correct? People who come into your CTS, is it optional or mandatory that their product be tested?
Option.
It's optional. Second question through the chair, training, you sent people to British Columbia, and then through your presentation, you spoke about other kinds of training. That's now in-house, is that correct?
We will have to do some capacity building through services in BC. It really is the only place that there's good training around this currently. I do think over time in Ontario, as we have more of these in place, we'll end up with a bit more of a community of practice locally. So we'll have to send a couple of folks out west for the training, and then we will build based on that capacity. We will build internal training around this. We won't continue to have to send people out of province.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, my only question with respect to that, I assume that was the best place for the training. As people who work in your organization, there's attrition, they leave. It just seems an awful expensive way to continually train people who may or may not stay in your organization for a period of time. So just a comment.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is once we have it up and running, it's the startup piece that is requiring us to have people specially trained. So once those specially trained folks come back, the entire team will then be trained. So we will then have in-house mechanisms in order to train.
I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bolden. I have Councillor Duguay, Mayor Leal, and then Councillor Reel. Councillor Duguay, question?
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Donna, thank you for your presentation and all your hard work. Further to Councillor Baldwin's comments, are there no private labs or equivalent in Ontario that could have operated the spectrometer?
I don't have an answer to that question. I know that at one point in time, I did hear Trent University had a lab, but typically they have it for a specific purpose or a specific project, but I don't know the answer to that.
I might suggest that it might be a worthy avenue pursuing, because it may be a resource that's already available in the marketplace that might save us the expense of having to sense. They might be able to train, the training might be more local. It's just a suggestion. Those are the extent of my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Duguay. Mayor Leal?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and through to Don. I want to follow up both with Councillor Baldwin and Councillor Duguay. I find this lab capacity thing a very interesting thing, that we have a very sophisticated lab at Trent University, very sophisticated lab at Fleming College, and we have a provincial lab here in Peterborough. Why wouldn't one of those all three be able to assist us to do the analysis?
There has been, when we were purchasing this, first of all, there was vendor-specific training that had to be done. So I don't know if these are different vendors. I truly don't understand more about this. We typically, when we were purchasing it and the backdoor stuff we had to do with the health unit, this was the pathway, and other CTSs that have these mass spectrometers, this was the best evidence that they gave us in terms of direction to do.
The reality is Trent University has a forensic program. Mm-hmm. My elementary knowledge of forensics is lab testing is an integral part of forensics. So you have to do that kind of tracking and investigation. And for the life of me, I don't understand why it wasn't utilized. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. And Councillor Reel?
Through the chair to Donna, and thank you very much for being here. I was going to wait till the rest of the presentation about MSORT, because as one of the ones that asked them to come and give a report to us, but I'm going to use an analogy here, the carrot and the stick. So for me, the carrot with somebody in addiction, as you have the safe injection site, a safe place for somebody to do their drugs, or but where is the stick of somebody to get off their addiction? And if you're in your place of work and you're missing time, you're brought into the HR and said, we think you have an addiction problem, there's two options, either go to treatment or we're going to fire you. In your home life, your family looks at you and said, either you do something about your addiction problem or you can't be a part of this family. The same with the courts. If you're before the courts and they say to you, we see a level of addiction here that's running into problems, either you better do something about your addiction or we're going to put you in an institution to keep you away from the population. So where is your stick to help these people that are coming 4 or 5 times a day to inject? Where is the stick to have these people ever stop and get into complete abstinence? Where is that program?
In the event that someone has an interest in making those changes as part of a decision that they would make, there are pathways to treatment out of the CTS.
So I guess I'm putting words in your mouth. There is no stick.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Reel. Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to Mrs. Flowers. Thank you. I just wondered if you could explain to us a little bit more about the process around the spectrometer. To have that one piece of equipment from the police surplus is one thing, but training and operational is another ongoing expense. But what happens when somebody comes in to the CTS with their illegal drugs and they say, yes, I want this tested? What happens? And I think maybe the time frame is important here, because you're not really shipping that out to another lab for testing. You want to do it right there, I'm assuming, because time is of the essence to these folks. So if you can just walk me through the process, how it's tested, if it's found to be poisonous, what happens to that supply?
The person, we would have information about, because oftentimes people believe they have bought fentanyl, and there may be more benzodiazepines than fentanyl in the sample that has been tested. So we would then be able to say, do you realize that there is more benzodiazepines than fentanyl in this source? And we would do some coaching around how they might use differently. That sort of interaction would happen in terms of safety and education, and doing this in a controlled setting. So whatever is going to happen, you have life-saving responses on site. So that would happen in a very short interval time at the point that they enter and request testing.
So would you say that's half an hour from them
Oh,
coming?
no.
How long would this be?
I'm not sure the interval, but it's very short, like less than 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes, they will know if it's deadly or not.
Yeah.
And I am always concerned about the prospect of giving deadly, like, we all know it's dangerous to start with, but knowing it's actually could be fatal, to be handing that back to them. Does that happen very often?
It happens when anything is tested. Very rarely do people have drugs that are just one thing. It is completely contaminated and cut with other kinds of things. So this gives us information so that people have a better understanding. But the opportunity with the CTS is you have an opportunity, if you're going to use it here, and we have life-saving responses for those individuals. If they do this out in the community, then we're calling EMS and other emergency services.
Okay, one further, Mr. Chair. So based on your experience, do you find that most of them at that point in time, knowing that they have this potentially fatal substance, do they say, okay, I'll take advantage of your services and do this here, or do they leave to think about it?
They use at that time.
Wow, that's very stressful for your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purnell. Ms. Rogers, thank you for being here and all that you do.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't know who's next, if it's Forecast or Peterborough Police, but Forecast. Oh, sorry, yeah, apologies. I knew that. CMHA, welcome, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. So my name's Callie. I am the manager of the MCIT program with CMHA and work in partnership with the Peterborough Police Services. I'm here to talk to you today about the MCIT program, so the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team, that work in collaboration with the City of Peterborough, and try to clarify some questions that came up from the original budget report. And and hope to provide some understanding for the program. So I'll discuss the outcomes that the additional funding for the team has been able to do with the funding that came from the city, and how it's been able to collaborate with the current positions that are funded by the province. So we currently have 4 teams that are funded by the province. I will not be debating the position of who should fund what programs between provincial budgets and municipal budgets. I will only be speaking to what the municipal budget has been able to support for the community of Peterborough and the individuals that make up Peterborough. In 2021, the city of Peterborough approved $189,000 to fund the MCIT program to have for 2 years to have an additional team. These funds came from the surplus dollars for Peterborough Police Services, and the stats reported on are from August 2022, when we received the funding, to July 2023. So as an update since the last meeting, we have agreed for CMHA to put forth for 2 years a total of $80,000 as we see the need for this program. So we'll be able to put forth $40,000 for 2 years for each year, and then with the understanding that the city would support $45,000 for the first year and $47,000 for the second year. The reason that we've seen the need for this program is the additional team has allowed for the expansion of hours within the city of Peterborough. These overlapping hours allow for increased coverage for the police to access and utilize MCIT in consultation and referral, increased coverage to serve the community, supportive work environment to manage the stress of the day-to-day of the job. We've been able to collaborate more with community partners and serve other service providers to create a connection between the referral pathways. We've also been able to provide mental health trainings to all of the platoons within the Peterborough Police Detachment to increase understanding for what the officers are seeing and be able to understand how to use MCIT as a resource. The 2 teams work in a rotation of 4 days on, 2 days off, and have 5 days off every 3 weeks. This rotation allows for 6 days a week of coverage at 10 hours a day. The original funding contract ends in January of 2024, supporting our current request for the additional funding to keep this program running so that we can keep doing things the way that we're doing them. The second team has been in operation since August of 2022. The original team in operations since 2011. So since August of 2022, we've been able to provide on its own with just the initial team, or with just the added team, 133 individuals served with 420 visits for those individuals and 130 referrals made to the community agencies. The value in this statistic is that it takes approximately 4 times the interactions with someone to provide connection, assess, refer, connect, and stabilize to a point where they're no longer making those 911 calls or connecting for service. Collaboration with the communities, with the city's outreach team has allowed for a proactive approach and engagement with clients to meet them where they're at and engage in a proactive when they're ready for service. So knowing that the service is there, knowing who their people are, knowing how to connect, they do reach out to people where they're visibly vulnerable the most. A proactive and supporting people in their readiness to receive this help diverts the calls from ever even getting to the point of 911. The 2 teams combined were able to accomplish 319 individuals served with 1,078 follow-up visits and 269 referrals made to community agencies. So who are the people that we serve? Who are these people? MCIT supports the people of the city of Peterborough. So this could be your neighbor, could be a friend, could be a family member, could be the people you see walking down the street, could be anybody. We support anybody within the city or where Peterborough Police are policing. Wherever they go, MCIT goes. They see a spectrum of all different people, all different walks of life. The city of Peterborough have seen an increase in their mental health calls. When we see an increase in need, we want to also see an increase in support to match that need. Peterborough Police are responding to an increased number of related calls to the Mental Health Act. In 2023, from January to July 13th, they received 1,106 calls that related to the Mental Health Act that resulted in 254 arrests. Between the same period in 2022, there were 674 mental health calls that resulted in 147 arrests. So between 2022 and 2023, there was a 64% increase in mental health related calls. Equal to that, the number of tasks assigned to the MCIT team has also increased. So officers are able to assign tasks for MCIT to follow up on. In 2022, there were 240 tasks assigned to MCIT, and in 2023, there were 340. So this is an increase of 42% from 2022 to 2023. If the city is seeing an increased need that is specific to our area that demands the attention of our city of police, MCIT supports the police, who are also our people, in meeting the needs that our community clearly defines as a need through their consistent increase in calls that are related to mental health to seek their support. MCIT supports the police as well as the community by supporting the people who contact them the most and who walk into their police detachment requesting help for mental health. Without MCIT, police are responding to these calls without the support of a mental health worker. This means that they don't have somebody to assess a person's mental health to determine if a hospital admission or connecting somebody within the community would be the best approach. They're not able to make a referral to the community partners or have the same connection that MCIT had to get that person connected, see it through, do the warm transfer to the community partners, and make sure that they are connecting to the services that they're requesting. The partnership of the police and the mental health worker means that there's less time for police to have to spend on those calls. It also means that there is support in making a divertible apprehension. The assessment means when someone is taken to hospital that they're typically admitted with a shorter wait time. Their assessments are trusted, and it also means a shorter wait time for the officers when attending under Section 17. MCIT acts as a connection for the people of the community, to the community who support the people and this province. So we're able to connect the people to the services that the municipality has provided, the province has provided, and make a pathway for the people who are struggling to navigate their way to the right supports. So with me today, I also have Andrew Swift, who works in the role of MCIT to give an idea of what the day-to-day looks like for the staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Callie, and good evening. And thank you, City Council, for this opportunity to explain the work that MCIT does. It seems quite appropriate that I'm doing so today on World Mental Health Day. My name is Andrew Swift, and I am a CMHA mental health worker on one of the MCIT teams. My partner is PC Jason Morris. I'm going to tell you a story, a true story of one day, a day of MCIT engagement that occurred recently. I want to acknowledge that the work we do is both challenging but very rewarding. We meet people often experiencing one of the worst days of their lives, but we also have that opportunity to engage and reconnect people with both life and hope. So a bit of setting and context. The CMHA PPS partnership maintains 2 mobile crisis intervention teams based in the Peterborough Police Station. Each team consists of 1 mental health worker and 1 specially trained police officer. MCIT responds only to calls for service to the police and police-generated follow-ups. Calls for service can be generated by a 911 call and is dispatched by a radio call. A call for service can be generated by a call to the non-emergency number, indeed a walk-in by a member of the public to the police station or the officer in charge of the station. The mandate of the teams is to provide crisis response and follow-up. This includes de-escalating a crisis, conducting an in-field mental health assessment while engaging the individual and inviting them to tell their story. There are a wide range of possible responses and outcomes. Where there is danger to the individual, to others, or the inability to care for themselves, the police may use Section 17 of the Mental Health Act to transport that individual to the PRHC crisis unit for further assessment. When this is necessary, MCIT staff at all times maintain a calm demeanour. We are polite and respectful to individuals, and we use the least intrusive means possible to take an individual to hospital. In other crisis situations, MCIT have the knowledge and ability to connect people with a wide range of community supports and resources, such as the CMHA, social services, shelters, forecasts, provincial detox facilities, home and community support services, provincial and financial supports, and a wide range of in-person or online counselling services. The list is extensive. CMHA workers can assist police in verbally de-escalating any crisis without consent, but to provide ongoing service, support and referral, individuals must be of 16 years of age or more, and informed consent must be obtained. Our teams work 10-hour shifts with 4 days on, 2 days off, and as Kelly said, 5 days off, well needed every 3 weeks. Timing of shift varies according to schedule and operational need. Team shifts are staggered to provide maximum coverage. There is no such thing as a typical day in MCIT. But what follows is the story of one day. On this day, I worked from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and my partner PC Morris from noon to 10 p.m. Between us, our team provided 15 hours of crisis and mental health coverage to the city of Peterborough. This day started at 7 a.m., a day perhaps not unlike your days, checking your voicemails and noting those who require a call back. I reviewed emails sent by officers who attended calls overnight that had a mental health component, and those requiring follow-up during the course of the day were noted. So just after 7:30 a.m., I reviewed and completed client notes from the previous day. This is important. All client interactions following consent for service must be documented. Every new client requires approximately 45 minutes of initial documentation. Then all subsequent contacts must be written up. Around 8:30, I returned a call to a member of the public who was requesting advice on how to obtain mental health support for a family member. I listened to the story. I offered emotional support, then offered system navigation and Form 2 advice. Form 2 is obtained by offering evidence to a justice of the peace. And if the threshold is met, the justice will sign the form, which is an order to the police to take the named individual to hospital for examination. 9:10, I was requested by the officer in charge of the station to meet with an individual in the cells who appeared to be in mental health distress. I offered listening and emotional support. I calmed that individual. I assessed their mental health and then facilitated with the arresting officer a mental health court diversion and agreed to take them to PRHC for voluntary follow-up at noon. Just after 10 a.m., I went back to client documentation and more paperwork until around 11 a.m. I was requested by the front desk officer at the station, that's the alternative response unit, to meet with a person in reception who appeared to be distressed. I invited that individual to a private room in the station and listened to their story, and then connected them immediately with community supports. Jason started at noon. 5 hours into my workday, it was time to leave the station. We transported that client, you may remember earlier, from the cells, as previously agreed. We used our unmarked cruiser. This was a voluntary transport. After that, Jason dropped me off at St. Peter's Secondary School to present to the students on stress management. I think a topic perhaps that MCIT understands rather well. Now, this is not an MCIT role. This is an additional role I hold with CMHA. The hour was not counted towards my MCIT day, but nevertheless, it is an important community mental health outreach. And then, around 2:15 p.m., a high priority radio call to attend an individual who was believed to have suicidal intent. We made our way rapidly to the location and engaged this person, listened to their story. It became clear they had a plan previously rehearsed, which they fully intended to act upon once home. I offered understanding, listened, engaged, and let them know we cared. The tears changed to a glimmer of hope, and we took them to PRHC under Section 17 of the Mental Health Act. Crisis staff were briefed. We parked up near the hospital so Jason could complete his required report. I used this time to step out of the car for 45 minutes and make those follow-up calls noted from first thing in the morning, until another radio call was received to complete a wellness check on an individual who had not been seen or heard from in several days. We found them alive. That's not always the outcome, but they were in need of mental health support. A community referral was made. It was a long but rewarding day. My day was over. Jason's continued on till 10 p.m. I want to thank the senior leadership team at PPS and CMHA for their unwavering support that enables our two mobile crisis intervention teams to serve the people of the city of Peterborough. And I want to thank you, City Council, for listening to this story.
Great. Thank you to both of you. Really appreciate that very much. So questions for this segment. CMHA, I have Councillor Riel.
Through the chair, certainly, Carly and Andrew, thank you very much for being here tonight. It's Barth?
Hallie.
Oh, sorry.
That's great.
Okay, well, sorry about that. I think that it's imperative of us to hear these type of stories. Certainly in budget, everything's up for grabs, and certainly this budget will be no different than the other budget, a tough budget, and certainly every dollar and cents goes. So I think it's behooves us to listen to really what you're doing, and certainly the news that you brought tonight that CMHA is willing to partner with us almost on a 50-50 split to help us put another team or keep the teams going. But I guess the reason that I asked for you people to come in the report that you gave certainly was that my numbers, and I tried to find them, and certainly you give some numbers here. I felt that, and 301 came to mind, 365 days a year. I said they're not even servicing one person a day, which is not true, but that's the number that kind of stuck in my head. I'm a person that goes downtown a lot. I'm proud of the downtown. And most days when I go down, I'm not down there every day. I see somebody in a psychotic episode. And I say to myself, where are the people that are supposed to be here to help this individual? I know you can't be everywhere at once, but I see this, but I see this here happening all the time. And if we are to grab about bringing people or getting people to want to come back downtown, we need to help these individuals that are really in mental distress. And I just say to myself, you know, we're paying some money for a team. Again, you can't be everywhere at once, but I see this as a common theme when I go downtown. People in mental distress. Just a comment.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Reel. Councillor Duguay, questions?
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Callie, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Callie, in your opening remarks, and you referenced two monetary values. I just want to understand this correctly. In year one, which I assume is 2024, you said $45,000, and then year two, $47,000, or am I misunderstanding your
Nope.
presentation?
So CMHA would put $40,000 forth for both years, totaling $80,000. What's being requested from the city is $45,000 for the first year and $47,000 for the second year. We have a union, there's bargaining, we're trying to make sure that we have a full income to support the position.
So if I can supplementary, Mr. Chairman, this ask then is in addition to what council approved in September 5, 2023. So it's beyond that.
Yes, it's to fund the program for an additional 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duguay. Any further questions? Callie and Andrew with CMHA, thank you for being here and all you do. Okay, and Peterborough Police. And I would just acknowledge that MPP Smith and MP Frere are both here and involved. So thank you for both of you for being here. And MP Frere, if you'd like, after the Peterborough Police, you're certainly welcome to come up and make some comments. The floor is yours if you'd like. Peterborough Police, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Your worship, members of council, staff, and visitors to the meeting, thank you for having us. I think you've heard a great oversight of MCIT, what it does. You've heard it from a 30,000 foot view. You've heard it from a daily activity base. I also have a couple of perspectives on it in the sense that I oversee the program, and I've been aware of it since 2011 when we first brought it into the Peterborough Police Service. So we've always had, we have some measuring sticks to put it, to put it lightly, I suppose, of successes over those years. So this isn't just over a couple of years. I know you've been throwing some numbers at you from recent dealings that we've had, but we could show you the same numbers over the years as to what it's meant to our community. And that's what's important here. This is about engaging with our community, with the right people at the right time, with the right skill sets. There's been many examples across the province of situations involving police and mental health crisis. And I think you're all aware of the, some of the inquests that have happened and the repetitive call for the police to not be always the primary responders to mental health calls. And I think that's important, and we can't keep hearing it over and over again and not addressing it. I know that the inquest's findings are not binding, but when we hear it over and over and over again, past behavior is indicative of future behavior. So if we're not looking at it from that lens and trying to be preventative to some extent, then it's problematic in itself. Police do have a role in the mental health realm. We have to attend certain calls based on Section 17, which you've heard quoted, that says that if police have reasonable grounds to believe that a person is harmed to themselves or harm to others, then we have an obligation under the Mental Health Act of Ontario to apprehend that individual, take them up before a medical practitioner. It's not a mental health practitioner. It is a mental health practitioner at the Emerge at the hospital. They make an assessment to then either move the person out of the hospital or move them forward to crisis. Quite often, our officers are up at the hospital, sometimes for a fleeting moment of maybe 45 minutes to an hour, and sometimes up to 7 and 8 hours waiting for that assessment to be done. There's a lot better things or areas that the police could be working in than sitting in the hospital waiting for this. And what I say that by that is that with having a mental health worker on the ground, they are knowledgeable in those types of assessments. They know what the difference between somebody in psychosis versus somebody in a behavioral atmosphere is. And quite often the apprehensions go down when a mental health worker is present because that person should not be at the hospital. There's nothing that the hospital can do for them because they are not in that realm of danger to self, danger to others. And the police quite often rely on that because of the fact that we don't have the training in the background that a mental health worker or mental health nurse outreach does. And so often the officer takes a step back in those situations when they have a mental health worker, mental health nurse, a social worker present, because they know how to talk to the person to make that assessment. And as you mentioned, Councillor Riel, I mean, that's the primary focus in our community is to try and deal with some of those issues that people are calling us about every day. You know, I'm very well, my job is operations. So I oversee literally everything that happens on the front lines in policing. And so I'm very well aware of the calls we get. I'm well aware of the resources it takes. And I'm very well aware of what MCIT does to alleviate some of that demand on other frontline officers. If we could have 4 units, it would be amazing, and we could support it statistically. I could show you statistics that would support the use and need for that many. We're just trying to keep 2. As far as the funding goes through the province, one of those positions is funded through the provincial government, through CMHA. We also have in our catchment area the OPP detachments up in City of Kawartha Lakes, Haliburton, and the Peterborough County OPP also have provincially funded positions for MSORT, MHART, whatever the acronym is for those locations. And so the government is doing its part in making that funding available. And I can speak to the comment earlier about the funding grant that was recently available. The call for that grant came on May the 12th, 2022. And one of the stipulations of that was that it had to be spent by Q1 of 2024, which would be March of 2024. We're not on a fiscal budget, as you well know. We are on an annualized budget. Our issue and our concern was funding gap that may have occurred in the interim, waiting for that funding to come. And it wasn't a case where that it was the fault of the government by any stretch. It was our own fiscal responsibility to make sure that we were not going to put ourselves into a deficit in funding that position with limited funds that may become available. And that was a conscious decision we had to make based on the budget that we had. It wasn't taken lightly, nor was it done with any thought that we were just going to, wish for this to happen for us some miraculous way. We fully appreciate the the fiscal responsibility it takes to fund this position. And I have to give kudos to the CMHA. I do wear a couple of hats here, just so you know. I'm also the board chair at CMHA, HKPR. So I do know of the background work that CMHA does in the communities they serve, and it's unbelievable. It's fundamental. The outreach that's going on, I was very happy to be part of you heard about the outreach buses. I was a small part of that, was able through the board to be able to bring that up and see it and see the growth of that program. they're doing fundamental things in these communities. One of which is MCIT, but they are offering tons of support to those that are marginalized. And in the cases of those mobile outreach buses that don't have access to the bricks and mortar that some locales do. So they are expanding that service in not just Peterborough, but also in the county served. And I will also speak to one of the other reasons I'm here is I was on the steering committee for the Safety and Wellbeing Committee. And I did work with many people and many stakeholders in here. And we did speak about, what was it that was some of the issues in our communities. And mental health was one of the issues that came up. And it talked about a collaborative approach to work with the agencies and the city to find some ways to deal with the many things that we're dealing with. It did not come with any funding dollars, as we know, but I think it came down to the ability for us to have these conversations and to work through these things without any finger pointing or trying to discern what should happen here. And essentially, that's what I wanted to bring forward, was just to speak to that bigger, broader overview of the program, and to just come to that point of hopefully providing you with a bit more information than what you had in the past. And I'm certainly open to any questions you may have.
Great. Thanks very much. Really appreciate everything you and the police service do. So thank you. I have questions. Councillor Hakey, Reel, and Burke, and LaChica. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Inspector, for being here. I'm going to make a bit of a statement first. During the election, I heard from the most populous stakeholders, and that was the taxpayers in the city, and I think everybody did here. And the two issues: number one, clean up the downtown; number two, fix the streets. When we're talking about those stakeholders, I've got phone calls this week after the chief announced. First of all, I want to thank him for doing that, because what they said to me, and these are the families, these are the kids, these are the seniors that are using the streets in Peterborough, particularly downtown and parks. They wanted to thank the chief for the harm reduction that he's initiated on their behalf, because they didn't feel safe. It seems to me we keep lowering the bar. I think the chief raised it. I read in the papers, I think they were overall negative comments about the program. And the chief and I did have a chat, and he said that there's only one other one in Canada that he's aware of, and I believe it's out west in Edmonton. Thank you, Your Worship. And sometimes it hurts to be the first to be doing or trying to do the right thing. And I don't believe that there's anybody in this room or anybody in the public that doesn't want to help. We're approaching it from different views. But to Councillor Riel's comment earlier, there has to be a threshold. And I've dealt with mental health issues. They say when you hit bottom, you will come forward. We keep lowering the bottom, I believe, is one of the biggest issues that we have. So with that, again, I wanted to be clear that the taxpayers that represent the families and the kids and the users have called me. A $325 million budget, I got 3 phone calls. The garbage, I've gotten about 50 so far, but what's happening downtown and around the city just this past weekend with what the chief announced, I got about 10. That's a lot of phone calls. People may not realize, we do as counselors because we know, but that's a lot of phone calls, and I suspect that there's going to be more. People want to feel safe. Both sides want to feel safe. My question, Inspector, is can you break down what that interaction would look like when an officer sees somebody downtown using a substance that is in public? And again, I said to the chief, I was walking downtown the other day going back to my office, and there was one person sitting on the sidewalk with a single-use crack pipe, which is distributed by CTS, and behind our office, we have all the discarded ones, gonna smoke crack. It's not something I'm used to. And I'm almost 70. I can't imagine a child seeing it. So if you could explain the interaction, because it came across in the paper as you're going to roast them and send them on. And I don't believe that's the case, but I'd like to hear it from you.
No, so it's actually, and thank you for the question. I do appreciate it for some clarity. So essentially what the program is it is still treating people with respect and dignity in the community. This is not about marginalizing them any further or causing them any stigma. But the approach is that in order for remember, the community safety well-being number was 48% of people feel safe, which means that 52% don't. So in looking at it from that perspective, we have to be very careful because there's a very fine line there. We have to be very cautious in how we deal with people who, by no means of their own, are in the state they're in. I don't know if any of you, when you're in high school, when the jobs are being handed out, put up homelessness and addicted. Did anyone? I'm pretty certain you didn't. So we know that this is not something that's chosen. And I think that's something that I need to address with council, is that nobody in the police station believes for a second that these individuals are doing this on their own volition. We know that's not true. But we also have to remember that there is another part of the population that want to work, live, and play and enjoy the city. And they have to be able to do so under the auspices of feeling safe. And we know a lot of it's perceptual, right? We know a lot of people that will go downtown and they'll see something, and they'll draw their own conclusions from it. I've been very fortunate that I get to interact with people in the downtown and have for years. I was a downtown officer for many years, and long before, you talked about social engagement or any of that program, I was talking to people in back alleys. I was talking to family members that if I drew their names up from anybody that's lived here, you'd raise your eyebrows and say, oh, I know that family. But I learned so much from talking to these individuals. Same as I've learned from talking to people who are downtown. And again, they're just trying to survive. Ultimately, every day they're trying to survive. But we also have to make sure that everyone else that's downtown is able to enjoy it in a safe manner. And that's really where that line is. So the approach is, we get a call, individuals open air injecting. The first approach is, hi, how are you today? Just so you know, we're not allowing this to happen out in public and visual proximity, but they'll also have the resources to try and direct people towards in order for them to do so safely. And they'll have a conversation. That's the important piece. It isn't just a quick one-off. And all the officers, by the way, have been spoken to by the chief personally. He made sure to attend every briefing, to speak to every officer, to go over what the protocol was for doing this in the city. And again, his comments were, this is not a roundup. And his comment was, we're not going to charge our way out of this. I heard the word, for all of you that don't know, arrest and charging are two separate animals. An arrest is a process. A charge is another process. They're not one and the same. An arrest is simply, if it got down to that point, and that would be the far end of the spectrum. So if you had defiance, if you had resistance, if because it still is an offense to possess certain types of type 1, type 2 scheduled substances. But the point of this is that we're not going to start arresting and charging people. We're not going to be putting people before the courts. And that would be, again, that would be the worst case scenario. That would be if that rapport hadn't been established. And can I also say to you that we've had many instances since last Thursday where this has happened, and they've all been positive outcomes. There's been no negative interactions. There has been no resistance. And speaking to those individuals, not a feeling of being, shuffled off into And I heard the comment about the dark shadows and the corners of places. I can't tell you that that's not going to happen, but I'm going to tell you that's not the intent of what we're doing. You know, it was much like the tenting. When we drew Victoria Park, and I was part of that committee when it formed, you know, we knew that once we started to move tents out of public spaces in parks, they were going to find the periphery in the city, and we still have them there. And it's not a case that we don't have a solution. As I've said before in many forums, you know, police have a role in this. We're not the cause, we're not the cure. We have a role of enforcement in this, and that's really what our job is. We don't have that background in, much like in MCIT, we don't have that strategic training to deal with addiction. What we do have is the ability to assist people and to help them, or try to help them, to find a more suitable location to use their drugs if they have to. And it's not a case of just the old adage that was used back by Nancy Reagan of just say no to drugs. We don't believe in that.
Inspector, thank you. And I think that was an important story to get out, because the way that it's been on social media, the way that it's been written in some of the media has been very negative. But the empathetic approach is certainly, obviously, what the police want.
Yes.
It's something that we want. I am going to make one other comment. Councillor Burke talked about the other police chiefs that signed a document saying that this is the approach that we're going to use. My bet is going to be that Peterborough will set a new standard with the approach, which is a softer approach, and other services are going to adopt it. Thank you very much.
Can I just make a response to that through you?
Sure, of course, yes.
I think I'll preface MPP Smith's comment by saying I can't really comment on that, but you, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that's very, but you're on the mark.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Councillor
Hey,
Real?
sorry, and please pass it along to every frontline officer and everybody working at the police service too.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Hickey.
Councillor Real?
Through the chair to Inspector Lyons, John, thank you for being here. You know, tonight it's the partnership of CMHA and certainly Forecast and yourself, the police department, and all us here. But my question or comment to you is there's a very fine line between addiction and mental health. I think somebody that has addiction problem probably has a mental health issue. And so the definition of insanity is that doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Certainly, this is why wouldn't an officer that is attending to somebody that has overdosed and naloxone is being used, and there's probably a paramedic and there's probably the fire department, why wouldn't the police then take them to the mental health unit, a PHRC, on a certificate that holds these people? Because to me, they have just committed suicide or tried to commit suicide. So this is on the mental health side. So why isn't that happening? Because some of these lives may be saved, and certainly Councillor Baldwin and I held a addiction night at Burnham, or at the Lions Club, and certainly the loved ones that came there with a picture of their loved ones and introduced them. And this is Bill, who was a University of Toronto professor, and this was Sally that unfortunately had been on the streets for a number of years, or this was Betty, who was a mother of 3. I mean, certainly, can you comment on that? Why that wouldn't be happening when somebody is in that state? I've watched them being helped, even in Millennium Park, stand them up and just let them toddle off. I mean, again, to use or put themselves into that episode where another paramedic, fire, police have to be called in a very short period of time. Why would that not be a solution to the problem? Because you have the right to arrest somebody on a mental health warrant. True or not?
So under Section 17 of the Mental Health Act, it's a procedure. It's an arrest. So it's an arrest of a person who we have reasonable grounds to believe is going to harm themselves or others. So let me address your question. So first and foremost, not everybody that's addicted has mental health. Not everybody that has mental health is addicted. And not everybody that's addicted and has mental health are involved with the law. That is a known fact. And I know that from my 37 years of policing. I have seen that inherently. I have dealt with people who are addicted that are doctors, lawyers, firefighters, police officers, social workers, any gamut, frontline workers in many different factories in and around our community. And I've spent many hours talking to individuals who have, by no fault of their own, been in a collision, and they went to get help for that. They have a back injury, and they get put on to an opioid in order to assist in the pain management. Then that opioid takes over, and quite often they'll be cut off that supply. And that starts a life that's very difficult to understand. So it's not mental health involved in that. That is a situation where their physical health has taken a hit, and they're relying on a substance to try and make themselves feel better, to the point where they become reliant on it and they have to use it. And it's not a case where that is necessarily a mental health intervention. But as you note, quite often addiction and mental health are hand in glove, so to speak, but not in all cases. And there has to be a very strong case to apply that Section 17 under the Mental Health Act, because making an arrest, as you well know, is a breach of your constitutional rights. So that is taking somebody's rights away from them. You have to have a phenomenally good reason in order to do that. And if you don't, it's a breach of process. And we are held accountable through the many sources that we deal with, OIPRD, the SIU, for the misuse of those provisions. So in order for those provisions to be used, and that's where, coming around to MCIT, having the mental health worker at the forefront assists us in making those determinations as to whether it's a psychotic event where they need to be taken up, or is it behavioral? And they are very good at discerning the difference. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reel. I have Councillor Burke and LaChica. Councillor Burke.
Chair Beamer, do you have me? Thank you. Through you to Inspector Lyons, thank you so much. I've experienced your compassion on the street, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate your comment about how not everyone with mental health has addiction. You know, my story is that I have 17 years sober, and for me, my journey to abstinence was on the continuum of accessing a lot of the things we're talking about tonight: methadone, harm reduction, care under physicians and hospitals, and the thing that eventually ended up working for me was access to treatment and long-term treatment. I was away for 9 months, and I had to go to a facility in the States that had a medical detox because I was on opiates and methadone. And the idea of going through withdrawal in a detox without a medical component to it was not something that I was willing to do, despite the consequences of my addiction. And all of that being said, like, I don't ever want to apply what worked for me onto everybody, because I know that there's a difference. And I also know that comparing the heroin or the oxys or the perks that I was doing to fentanyl is like comparing near beer to like 80% proof alcohol, right? And then you throw into the mix this issue of affordability and housing that we're having. And it's like a perfect recipe for all of these things to become very visible without any support underlying all of it attached. And I guess that's just a broad statement from the conversation that we're having tonight. And to come back to the MCIT thing, Councillor Riel and I sort of shared our review of it by just weighing balancing the impact of the report. I think that you guys have spoken to it very clearly tonight, so that I understand the impact of it differently. But I'm still dealing with the calls from the downtown business owners, from the people that come to our parks, and balancing their perception of safety versus real safety. And so as a counselor, like, I'll continue to look for a program that is going to address the needs of the community. And people right now, that I'm talking to, not only as a downtown counselor, but I have a business downtown. So I'm there every day on Hunter Street between George and Water Cali, you know where I'm at. So I think that people, when they heard this report, like people that are affected by this still don't believe that they have an avenue to call or know what to do when they're experiencing these things that are uncomfortable. You know, we heard from Chief Betts at his town hall that the police don't necessarily have the capacity to deal with this community, these community mental health and addictions issues. And so I'm just asking you, like, do you think, what can someone in the community do, a business owner, if they're experiencing something? Do they call 911? Do they call the non-emergency line? Because we're actually hearing that people are doing that and they're being told that the police can't respond because there's no capacity.
It's a great question, and thank you for that question, because it is a question I get every day. I get many emails and many phone calls, like everyone here does, around the same topics you're speaking to. And it does have to do some with capacity. It gets into, you know, some of the points around operational issues on dealing with certain types of calls. Domestic related types of calls that have any violence appended to them. That's an 8-hour investigation with usually 2 officers. And I think, you know, council's heard before that we have, you know, pretty much, if we're at our maximum, we have 8 people working in the city. So if you take 2 away for that, you take 2 away for something else, and they prioritize it based on harm to person, damage to property. That's kind of the divisional line. So if a person's acting irrational, even though they're, you know, they're very emotional and they're obviously very outputting and off-putting, if there's no physicality, and I know that can cross a threshold like that, but at the time that call's being made, there's a determination that has to be made based on the other priorities that are facing. And sometimes, you know, Councilor Burke, we have, you know, 30 or 40 calls waiting in the queue. And so we're trying to send 8 people on, you know, those 30 or 40 calls, some of which can take up to 8 hours. So when they're getting that response, that is not a shove off. That is not a, you know, we don't want to come to your call. That unfortunately is the reality that's being faced at that moment when that call is being received. It is important. It does matter. It is something that the, you know, the business community shouldn't have to deal with, you know, based on the fact that, you know, they're just trying to make a living too. But again, it's trying to get the capacity to get somebody there. Now the difference between 911 and the regular number is if it's escalating, if it's getting to a point where it's uncomfortable, where there's a feeling of that safety piece, harm to people, harm to the shop owner, that could be a 911 call. It could initially start out as a general phone call. It could escalate to a 911 call. So,
and finally, you know, I'm just sort of brainstorming about how these calls are coming in. Is there, like, would there be the potential to have, because 911 or the non-emergency line seem to be like the lightning rod for people to call these things in, besides calling us or emailing us, but is there the potential to direct these people to services if you guys can't respond? I know that EFRI has peer support outreach workers that will meet people in the emergency room or on the street. I know that I'm part of a 12-step fellowship where there's multiple meetings every day, 365 days a year. Is there a brief way that those people can be connected when they come to you if you can't respond?
511. Yes, 511. Well, actually, yeah, 511 has a phenomenal amount of resources available to anyone around addictions, mental health, financial supports. I forget, there's a the list, the laundry list of what those topics can be. But if you look up 511, just for your own personal reference, you'll be using that a lot to refer. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. I have Councillor LaChica and Duguay. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Officer Lyons, it's great to see you. And just echoing Councillor Burke, I've always appreciated our exchanges and really feel your compassion and empathy for the situation that we face in our downtown. And, you know, when I hear things from constituents and around this table about cleaning up our downtown. I look at my elbow mate, and Councillor Burke and I are the town ward councillors. And I guess in terms of what's been announced and the new approach going forward, I think that the difficulty was the process. You know, we had a downtown action committee on September 11th, and we had the police town hall on September the 18th. In the meantime, Councillor Burke and myself field so many calls and have meetings with constituents in the West End and various places because, and we all are, concerned about safety and well-being. And you've been part author, along with community and region, to create that. And it's a powerful document. And 2022 is when we rolled it out. And that contains so much about a path forward dealing with our most vulnerable. And I think it was just a little bit of a shock as town ward councillors to have not been informed and learn of it within a news conference, and to realize and understand that stakeholders and agencies and our medical officer of health, that consultation that would inform this plan didn't occur. And in fact, Councillor Burke and I didn't know anything about it. And these are the constituents we serve, not only those in the West End who have had robberies that have been broken into, and that, you know, we've had drug dealers and trap houses. We talked about that at the Downtown Action Committee meeting. But we didn't hear about the new approach that should have involved all the stakeholders. So the transparency of the process is the issue, and our care for those who are most vulnerable, not becoming more victimized and afraid, and that we follow through with our community safety and well-being plan. We need to do that because it's my understanding that's taken 14 years of hard work. And right now we're scaffolding our support services for those in need and those living with addiction and mental health issues. We have a housing first plan. We have modular homes. We're at the cusp of so much that's good. We need to be careful not to undo that through unnecessary approaches. Well, perhaps it could have been collaborated upon about what that approach would look like. So I appreciate what Donna Rogers shared tonight about how is this going to unfold? Is there going to be a meaningful consultation go on with stakeholders going forward now so that this can happen in an effective way that gives attention not only to all of our 52% of community, but also to the most vulnerable? Because where will they go? That CTS isn't large enough to move them along to when they're inhaling at, at midnight. So these are the questions we need to ask. Do we want to clog our PRHC emergency because we've moved them along and that's the only place they can go? These are the questions we need to ask together and that we need to strategize together around. There needs to be an implementation plan that is announced at a certain time and that it should include stakeholders in our community. And I just say this passionately because we care about our downtown constituents and the city of Peterborough. We want to clean it up. We want to make it a safe place, but we need to do it effectively with the strategies that we've already put in place that we need to give fullness to. So I thank you for sharing tonight, for your heart, and for the others who presented as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaChica. Councillor Duguay, and then we're going to try to move on. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I'll allow the speaker to little side conference, but
Sorry about that.
Inspector Lyons, that's quite fine. The issue of use of drug use, and it is a reality of our community, but it is not limited to our downtown. And we need to be very, very clear. It's limited to the world. But relative to our communities, it's all parts of our community. I witness it and see it all too frequently in my neighborhood and area in all parts of our community. So it's not town specific. Councillor Hakey started off and offered a commentary, I think was very relevant, that the community initially was talking about finding ways so that we as a society or the community could re-enjoy, if that's such a word, our downtown. But I believe it spreads further through all parts of our community. So I commend the police service for what they're doing. I commend the chief for his announcement. I believe it is a program that will be carefully and logically administered. And I understand that there will be ongoing consultation work, including to tonight's presentation. This is part of the consultation. To Councillor Chica's comment, the timing perhaps might have been different, but it's been announced. And it's another measure, something in our toolbox that I certainly support as a councillor. And again, I appreciate the fact that you've had to be on the hot seat and the previous speakers, but we have a population of about 82,000 persons. And that means 52% of that, roughly 40, if you would, or wanted to feel safe in all parts of our community. This is a measure that's necessary to work towards that objective for all concerned. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Leal, and then we're going to move on.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chair. I've listened to the discussion, but I want to pose a question to Superintendent Lyons. There's a whole series of operational issues here that you don't telegraph to anybody. Is that factually correct?
That's factually correct. We try to keep a lot of that under the realm of the police service, because we certainly want to not let it be known what we do and how we do things all the time.
And through you, Mr. Chair, in the great democracy called Canada, the elected people don't interfere with operational issues by any police force, RCMP, OPP, municipal police force. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks very much, Inspector.
If I could just add one point of clarity, because I misled you. It's not 511. That's provincial weather. It's 211. I've got too many. It's 211. Yes. Sorry. Don't be calling 511 to get the weather updates or.
All right.
It's 211.
All right. Councillor LaChica, and then we're really moving on. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you. Just one final clarification. I really do appreciate, and we do appreciate you being here and talking about things at a challenging moment. I just wanted to clarify. I certainly meant the agencies and the medical officer of health, not consultation with us as elected officials, just for clarification. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much for being here and all you do.
Thank you very much.
All right. So just in fairness, we've had everyone present. I do want to give our MP Frary an opportunity to make some comments. So MP Frary, thank you for being here, and certainly welcome to make some comments.
Hi, everyone. Inspector Lyons just asked if I would speak for 2 hours. I said, sure. I feel like everybody's ready for that. Listen, thank you for having me here this evening. I was able to thank you actually to my colleague MPP Jeff Leal MPP Jeff Leal. Wow. That's how tired I am. I am sorry, MPP Dave Smith, for his intervention, because I was able to go over to a Ukrainian concert benefit and come back. So I said I felt a little bit like Hannah Montana tonight, going back and forth. So I was able to do two things. Listen, it's World Mental Health Day. It's a very appropriate time to be here tonight. I think we've heard a lot of really important things, and I think everyone around this table knows what's happening that's important. Our Peterborough Police Services are incredible. We know that. We have incredible frontline services. I'm not going to go on about all of that. I think what I was just going to offer was a couple of things in terms of what potentially could close a gap for funding. Number one, housing is obviously still a massive issue. There will be an announcement tomorrow. I can't make it right now, but there will be a fairly significant announcement, I think, coming tomorrow and this week that I'm very proud to support and hope that will help Peterborough. I think what you guys have been doing at Wolfe Street is commendable. In terms of supporting the mental health services that help the police services, police are there to help with public safety, and their role as mental health supports, as we heard from the two lovely people here, Callie and Dave, I believe. Andrew, I'll call you Jeff Leal too, just so I don't make Dave Smith feel even worse. I feel I'll have to buy him a drink for that. I'm sorry. But, you know, they really shared the reality of what is needed on the street. And so we fully support, or I fully support the role that they do, and having those mental health workers is critical, knowing what police do. There is, and this is where I wanted to tie this in, to leave it with you guys. I was able to help secure the funding for MSORT, which I believe in as well, in terms of access to services. But there is an opening, a second round for the SUAP funding, which may qualify for this other mental health support worker for the police. So it closes on November 22nd. I'm happy to send that link to whomever at council. I just wanted to bring it forth in case it wasn't known that there is another round of applications for the SUAP funding to help close that gap. What I've heard today is that you guys, I feel like Joelle's Frontlines pages that I called Jeff Leo, MPP Smith. Yeah, smile with your eyes. I'm just teasing. Yeah, you're welcome, Mayor Leo. So I guess that's what I would just wanted to, I am trying to bring a little bit of levity to this, because it is, you know what, this is a very, very serious issue that we have. Our city is a canary in the coal mine for the entire country, and we are doing everything that we can. But that is something that I would put forth for you, is this, and happy to discuss that if there's any questions.
Thank you, MP. Any questions for our MP? Great, thank you so much, appreciate it. So again, I do want to thank Peterborough Police Services, Forecast, CMHA, MP Frary, and MPP Smith for being here. So we do have a recommendation. We're just going to add in MP so that the presentation for the Peterborough Police Services, Forecast, CMHA, and MP be received. Moved by Mayor Leal. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. I'll do one more presentation, or? Yeah, yeah. Councillor Burke. Councillor Burke, just your vote. And that is carried. All right, so we have 2 more presentations, then we're going to take a break. Committee members, we have a lot of work to do, so I'm just going to ask you to keep your comments as efficient as possible. Please don't use 5 words when 3 words will do. Mixed use corridors, urban design guidelines. We have Nicole Huckabach. Hey, Nicole. Yeah, I know. Since it's a public presentation, yeah, let's do it. It's bad.
Okay, good evening, Chair and members of the committee.
Good evening, thank you.
I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to introduce the mixed-use corridor urban design guidelines. The city's adopted official plan provides the direction for staff to prepare urban design guidelines for the strategic growth areas, which include the mixed-use corridors and central area. Staff utilized the provincial streamlined development approval funds, which were made available to the city in early 2022 to prepare the council adopted central area urban design guidelines. Upon extension of the funding deadlines, staff expanded this work to include the remainder of the strategic growth areas, which include both the minor and major mixed-use corridor. Adoption of these guidelines would achieve one of the policy directions prescribed in the official plan. The mixed-use corridor urban design guidelines is a municipal level planning document that provides direction on the community's urban design objectives in an area of the city that is anticipated to see a large amount of growth. This document is a series of clear statements and illustrations that outline the desired elements and qualities that will shape private and public development. These guidelines, once adopted, will effectively replace the nodes and corridors guidelines, which were adopted by council in 2018 and were a result of extensive public consultation for the official plan. The OP directs that these new mixed-use corridor urban design guidelines will assist landowners in preparing development application plans and will form the basis for staff evaluation of planning applications. This guideline provides direction as to the types of built form that is desirable in the city, with the focus on 5 major arterial roads, including Lansdowne Street, Consilla Avenue, Shamong Road, Armour Road, and Water Street. They support objectives related to achieving the city's intensification targets, promoting sustainable development, enhancing quality of life, and facilitating development approvals. These guidelines are intended to take the overarching principles and visioning statements of the OP and provide clarity as to the policy interpretations. It's a technical technical representation of council adopted policy. While this document is very detailed in some aspects, it's at its core intended to be very flexible to adapt to site-specific constraints. It's not the intent of this document that every development will implement the policies and each guiding statement, but rather the intention is to provide a practical approach to implementing the official plan policies that are statutory requirements. In developing these guidelines, we built on the direction in the official plan, which was based on a significant public consultation. And in the coming weeks, we'll be hosting 2 public information sessions. One is targeted towards the development community and consultants, and the other is targeted to the general public. Information about these public sessions has been advertised on Connect Peterborough through a media release and by invitation to community members that we frequently work with, including development and our local consultants. Staff intend on consolidating feedback from the city departments and community on an ongoing basis and will review this document to ensure that it is suiting the needs of the community. These guidelines will be used to inform a comprehensive update to the zoning bylaw, which may include regulations that clearly outline the city's expectation for built form, including massing, height, building placement, and footprint. It's notable that the Planning Advisory Committee met on September 26th and received this report for information, and the guidelines were well received by the committee. So I'm now going to turn this over to Donna Hines from the Planning Partnership, who has played a key role in developing this document and working with city staff, and she will walk you through the key points of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Hines.
Thank you. Rick? Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you very much. Yep. So thank you very much for the opportunity to walk you through high level the content of the mixed use corridors urban design guidelines. So the official plan, as Nicole introduced, identifies key corridors and strategic growth areas in the city's urban structure. The land use plan designates both major and minor mixed-use corridors that are intended to facilitate a broad range of land uses in a more urban condition. These guidelines help the city ensure that all of that new development will incorporate high quality design. It builds on the work that was done in the nodes and corridors urban design guidelines that were completed in 2018 by the Planning Partnership. And it builds on the foundation of policy in the council it builds on the council adopted central area urban design guidelines, carrying forward those guidelines that apply to these mixed use corridors. It also really importantly builds on the foundation of policies in the council approved official plan. So the mixed use corridor urban design guidelines will help evaluate development applications to ensure that they have a high level of urban design and sustainability. It will guide the design of public realm projects. It provides greater clarity They are inherently flexible in their interpretation and application, but they are intended to reflect the best practices in planning and design. They are non-statutory statements. They're general rules and recommendations. So the guidelines provide a framework for design that respects and reinforces the desired existing and planned character for the mixed-use corridors. They're based on a contextual approach that we've introduced in the central area urban design guidelines, and it's based on a definition of compatible development that's set out in the city's official plan. And that compatible development is not development that's necessarily the same or even similar to existing development, but it is development that enhances the character of the surrounding community. So we define development in the vicinity by the scale of development that's envisioned. So if it's major or large scale, the diagram on the left indicates a larger light blue area which is intended to define the area within which you'd assess the compatibility. If you move into the middle minor redevelopment, you can see that area, the light blue area, is shrinking. And if it's modifications to a existing building or a new building on an existing lot, it's substantially smaller. The guidelines begin with 6 principles. So fundamentally, we're envisioning corridors that make connections, that define gateways and entrances, that make streets for people, that protect public views, that foster a unique sense of place, and that they're inclusive and equitable. The structure of the guidelines, we have a chapter on private realm guidelines intended to give direction to developers and their design team, and then a whole suite of guidelines for public places that are parks, streets, tree planting guidelines, and green infrastructure and buildings. So the green infrastructure applies to both public and private projects. And so if we go through quickly the contents of the private realm guidelines, we provide a suite of guidelines providing direction for buildings, including where they're placed on a lot, the height massing, how the height transitions to adjacent smaller scale development, what the ground level is like, what the entrance is, where it's signage. We also look at a whole suite of site considerations, where driveways are, where parking is located, is there public art on a site, how you access it, how we make sure they're safe. Then we define a number of specific building types like townhouses, stacked townhouses, large format commercial buildings, and provide some specific direction for those building types. And then corridor specific considerations, the corridors that Nicole introduced in the introduction. So for the private realm guidelines, they are intended to result in corridors that have buildings that begin to frame the street, that maybe terminate views, that reinforce the character of an area and support the public realm. So the building edges help to animate that space. There's windows and doors and displays, and it makes it a safer place for people to walk along. The guidelines for the private realm ensure integration with new and existing development. The objectives are to create the distinctive, appealing, pedestrian-friendly streetscape through attention to the design of that building edge, to ensure that there's appropriate massing, material siting, and to identify where there's special design considerations at priority locations. So as I mentioned, we've got the suite of direction for the specific building and use types, and then corridor specific considerations. The green infrastructure and buildings section looks at green buildings and sites, energy conservation, water use and management, air quality, bird-friendly design. Many of these guidelines you will see that we first introduced in the Central Area Urban Design Guidelines. The objectives are to encourage preservation, reuse, incorporation of existing buildings, enhance local and regional ecosystems, have responsible use of resources, protect the urban forest, augment the tree canopy, support best management practices in stormwater management. Tree planting, we have a specific chapter that gives direction for the urban forest, tree planting and location, what the soil should be like, the planting typology, tree preservation. The intent is to create tree-lined streets, to have parks that have as many trees as we can manage, because we know obviously the benefits that trees have in urban areas. And we know that trees also support active transportation by providing more appealing streets for people to walk and cycle on. We include a number of general guidelines for streets and then go through specific guidelines for each one of the corridors that Nicole introduced. The guidelines are based for streets on the concept of complete streets, not a new concept for this group. The focus is on accommodating in a nicer way pedestrians and cyclists. The guidelines are aspirational, so they go beyond the engineering standards, which are typically articulate a minimum, and they're intended absolutely to raise the bar for key elements of the community design and to provide new ideas that go beyond traditional requirements. They're neither city policy nor standards that must be adhered to, but the objective is to do better wherever we can, and that may include reconsidering engineering standards. So we went through all of the corridors in specific segments. We looked at considerations like clear ways for pedestrians, on-street parking, bicycle lanes, streetscape. And then the last chapter is on parks. We repeat the urban park hierarchy that was introduced in the official plan and set out the general guidelines for new parks and public places that are anticipated with development along the corridor. The intent is that because the mixed use corridors will be the locations for significant intensification, that there will be new residents and there will be a need to have new parks to support the new residents. That we know that parks are important contributors to creating attractive and healthy places for residents. So the guidelines set out a hierarchy for those park spaces with direction for sustainability, landscape, site design, seating, among other topics. And that is the end of the presentation.
Great, Ms. Hines, thank you. Very good presentation, and appreciate that in the report as well, of course. So I do have some questions, I believe. I have Councillor Hakey, Reel, Baldwin. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Donna, for this. I encourage every councillor to read this if they haven't, because it's an extremely important document. But I have a couple questions. So we're talking guidelines here. In case of a different interpretation of a guideline between a homeowner, developer, and the city, how is that handled?
You have an amazing staff in the city of Peterborough. I know they work really well and collaboratively with people that bring development applications forward. So we fully expect that these are the content for conversation and discussion. As mentioned several times, they're flexible. They are open to interpretation, and that kind of moving towards a desired conclusion results from conversation with the talented people that the owner will bring forward and the incredible staff group you have here.
Okay, thank you very much. The only problem with flexibility is at some point it may not be flexible. And that's the concern that I have. The other question that I have through you, Mr. Chair, have notices been sent to the 5 key corridor property owners, both commercial and residential?
I'll defer that question to staff.
Through the chair to Councillor Hickey, I may actually pass that question along, if I may, to Ms. Kimball and Ms. Hutzelack. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Hickey, yes, notice has been, or invitations have been sent to the stakeholders, which have been identified to be developers, planners, and architects who are developing within those corridors. The public invitation has been published on the city's website and is open to any members of the public.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Do we normally send out notification to the individual homeowners in a case like this? Has that been a past practice?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Hickey, no, that hasn't been a past practice. We have identified stakeholders specific to the development industry as a specific user group of this document, and then, of course, offered the opportunity to the general public. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hickey. I have Councillor Reel, Baldwin, Burke, Duguay. Councillor Reel?
Through the chair to Ms. Hines, Donna, I mean, when I read through this report, I see nothing unique to Peterborough in this report. And when I look at what we're building, as far as apartment building, it's like architectural 101, a box, and then all the new, I guess, the new taupe colors and all this stuff. And then when I look at subdivisions, I see developers lugging drawings from the GTA and building their subdivisions. I do not see anything unique. Like if I go downtown, that's unique when they built that. What club does the city have to ensure that when you're coming to Peterborough, there's a uniqueness to your development? Because I don't see anything unique in the subdivisions we're building right now. And I don't see anything unique about the apartment buildings we're building right now. So what club, or what, I shouldn't say a club, but what enticement do we have to developers to build something unique to Peterborough? Because I don't see it in this report.
So I guess, I mean, a question back to you. What do you imagine when you visualize something that's unique for Peterborough? Because I'm not sure how to answer the question.
Well, if I go over here and look at the Wylofts, this is something that took old and built something new into it. So if that motif, as you're going down George Street, is going to be redone and build higher and stuff like this here, that's the character of the downtown. You don't tear it down and put a box in. I go over, there's a uniqueness to Ashburnham and East City.
Right.
What we're building is not unique to that setting of a village on that. Sure, we built apartments that are needed, but there's no uniqueness to them that blend into the character of the village of East City. And I'm the ward councillor there.
So you're looking for buildings that have more character to them, that they're more highly articulated, that they maybe have a stronger landscape character around them, that they maybe have public art integrated into the building, something that makes them stand out as something special.
And then, and the other part
But
about,
that's exactly what the guidelines provide direction for. And a lot of this comes through conversation between the developers and their design team and the city staff team when you're working across the table reviewing development applications. These are meant to help evaluate development applications.
I understand that when you're at the developers, what they want to build, but I don't see a character or a uniqueness to Peterborough in this report, or us having any influence in making this a Peterborough type of thing. When you come to Peterborough, there is a uniqueness to it and a design to the city.
Okay.
I don't see that. Also on the parks, putting playground equipment and a splash pad. What is the uniqueness of that park that's in that neighborhood that's being refurbished? And I look at Hamilton Park, which just has been done, which I went and visited, that has no uniqueness to Jackson Park in the history of Jackson Park. I see about a bunch of new playground equipment, perhaps maybe a splash pad. That place has so much history. There's nothing unique to that park, except making the amenities that small children may play on. The only thing I've seen them, they put up a black fence, which I have no idea why that's up there, but I see nothing uniqueness that says this is the Jackson Park area that was here that has a deep history to that area. See nothing there.
Ms. Hines, is that something that we would look into through the report, uniqueness and such parks?
Yes, sure. Sure. I mean, I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure how to answer. A lot of what you're looking for is detail that comes through the detailed design phase of an exercise. These are guidelines. These are way up here. What you're looking for are detailed solutions that come through later stages of the design process when you're sitting again around the table with a community group or other stakeholders and you're figuring out design options for a park. And whether the fence is black or red or whether it has interpretive panels, that comes at a later stage of the design process.
Yep. No, absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor Real. Good comments. Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment that I, like most councillors, do read all the reports. Sometimes I have to read them twice. Just saying, Councillor Hickey, I always come prepared, and I appreciate your comment about if we haven't read it, we should, but I always do. I see this particular document, Ms. Hines, as a little bit different. I can recall going to the design charrettes at Peterborough Square for 2 or 3 days.
I was there.
And probably 50 or 60 other community members were there. It was a really, really powerful exercise. And I see what is presented here as an outcome from that. It's potentially aspirational and transformational. So I want to commend you and your staff for putting out the report. I found it really, really interesting. And it's something to shoot for. It's big picture. It's not a red door or a picket fence or things like that. It is something to which our community will aspire to down the road. And so it is bringing in a lot of elements, and I appreciated the work that's there. And Councillor Hickey did ask some of the questions I had with respect to Ashburnham Ward, which was Lansdowne and Ashburnham. We've got a small retail area there, plaza, a Tim Hortons, Nelson's Footwear, and an open parking lot beside, I think it's Kia there. And I was wondering how we would go about redeveloping that charrette, because I know there were 40 or 50 of us, not that long, maybe 20 of us that were working on that particular location. And I think Councillor Hickey's questions were appropriate for that. How do we go about making something transformational when we don't personally own the property as a community? So I think he answered that, and we've got a great staff that will collaborate down the road. And I appreciated the comments from one of the previous speakers about the the notices that went out. So I think it's great. My only question is, this was done in 2018, a lot of this foundational work, and I'm assuming that what we've got in front of us is certainly appropriate today, even though we now have kind of an updated official plan. This work is still going to be fundamentally important as we move forward.
Absolutely. It's based on the foundation of the policies in the official plan.
That's great. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. With Councillor Burke, Duguay, Lachika, and Hickey for a second time. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Chair Beamer. I'll try to be prudent with my words. Through you to Ms. Hines, thank you. And my fear with this is from the same place that Councillor Riel is coming from, and I'll try to just pick up what he dropped off. And my fear is that everyone is struggling with building materials and capacity and the cost of doing these types of jobs. And the thing that I'm experiencing as a community member is that the level of quality of the modern projects that we see in our city are not balanced with the historical work that's been done here. I can't imagine being in downtown without a market hall, and my fear is that these designs are happening. You have pictures of Church Street and Berlin and they're just being almost cookie cutter put on our community. And my fear is that will circumvent some of the on the ground design work, because I live by Hamilton Park. And if you're on the ground there, you know that where they put the fence is an access point to the park. There's not even a sidewalk there. And it feels to me like they took a plan for every park and they put it on Hamilton Park without any connection, right? And so my fear is that you have this that cuts a lot of corners for people in terms of the design work that they have to do. And then we end up with projects in the community that lack connection. And then, you know, my generation of kids has to live with that and find a different solution around these projects that aren't sustainable. Councillor Riel is talking about probably a planning decision to put like in one of the entry points to have a barrier or something, right? But there's no connection to the park. It's not how people are accessing the park. And my fear is that by having this at the high level, it's going to negate some of the ways to find that connection.
Yeah, again, you are right. These are very high level, and what you're talking about are decisions that have come through in a much more detailed phase of design, and who knows what the parameters were around those decisions. But the guidelines would not say you have to have a black fence in this location. These are, again, high level, and they're meant to be the basis, again, for conversation among very talented people at a table, that if staff don't think they're getting high enough design, they're going to say that's not high enough design quality for us. Go back and show us something with a higher design quality. This happens every day in municipalities across Ontario, where it's negotiated. It's back and forth. Design is very iterative and collaborative. If it's not right the first time, staff will say, go back, show us something with more detail.
Thank you for that answer through the chair. Then I guess my question would be to staff, because the issue is that for me is that in these planning stages, what's the measure of quality? Is it the vinyl coated fence that we saw? Or like where are the mechanisms in place at the city to look at that? I'm not being critical. I'm not being adversarial. I'm actually just curious. And that's my question.
Okay, and Commissioner Papadakis?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So council has to appreciate that there are a lot of competing factors that go into a development application. Some of them are technical, others are more discretionary, maybe more subjective in terms of what one thinks is quote unquote good design. So the objective behind preparing these guidelines is it establishes a baseline around the things that we're going to consider when we're having a discussion around what is good design. There's not prescriptive elements in here, because that is going to change between whether we're working on a luxury rental apartment building like the Y Lofts versus, say, a affordable housing CMHC funded project being developed down on Rink Street, right? Those are like different things. And so the considerations that go into like what level of design, what types of finishes, how we're going to consider what things might we ask of an applicant to put forward are going to be contextual to the application. I'll leave my remarks there.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councillor Burke, and then I'll put you back on the list, but go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. It's someone take a stab at the question about, because Ms. Hines said that there was mechanisms for city to look at quality. Like what, can you just answer me, please, through the chair, what the.
Sure, so I'll pick it up again. And again, this is, recognize too that around the table, there are different views around whether or not, to what degree we should be providing comment. There are going to be some views that say we should provide very little comment, let the applicants do that which they like in the interest of a variety of, valid objectives, getting things done faster, getting things built cheaper, all of those valid things that are things we have to balance. So I would suggest that, and maybe I'll invite one of our urban design folks to chime in, and if you want some more in terms of like specifics, in terms of like the types of things that they're going to negotiate on a given application, all while recognizing that we're also in a and I know this is getting to your point, right, a housing crisis, and there's an urgency for us to get shovels in the ground on projects as well. So I'm going to ask Ms. Hukliak to chime in if she wants to add anything further to the comments on how we go about establishing design elements.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's obviously a lot of different elements that make up a design and character. It is not one material or one selection. In terms of Hamilton Park, that was developed by a different city group before these guidelines came into place. What I hear a lot of the complaint is the quality of materials and making connections for pedestrian desire lines. Those are things that are encouraged in this document. So I think, you know, if all that was taken into consideration at the design, a lot of your concerns I think would have been addressed. Materials, a lot of it comes down to budget, right? We can go in and say the initial design, I can't speak specifically to Hamilton Park because I was not a part of that project, but I would assume typically when we look at parks, we're looking for black wrought iron fence materials, and then we get it out for tender. We have a provisional item. The contract comes back quite high typically, especially with the construction inflation we're facing, and then we downgrade some of those materials to a black vinyl fence. That is no one's first choice by any means, but it's a reality of moving the projects forward with the budget. I do know specifically for Hamilton Park, which was part of the water play strategy, staff did look at the original council approved budget, and we're seeking additional funding from external sources such as the Tollington Fund. So efforts were made to kind of go above and beyond and try to provide enhancements from that to that specific facility that were not in the current budget.
Thank
I guess sorry, 1 second, if I could just add to housing projects or a development application that comes forward, it's an ongoing discussion with the developer, and we take into consideration things like the location of the site. Is it along a strategic growth area? Is it along George Street? And then we also take into consideration what type of development is it? Is it a mixed use development? Is it luxury apartments, or is it affordable housing development? And those all factor into the conversations we have with our developers and consultants about, are we accepting vinyl siding, or are we going to push them harder to look for masonry skirts, aluminum siding, enhanced materials such as brick veneer that are going to add the character that we're looking for? And, you know, those aren't always easy conversations, but we think that this document's really going to help promote high quality material and design that we're looking for, while balancing the very real need for additional housing in our community.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Duguay, LaChica, and Hickey. Councillor Duguay, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify a process. We're just receiving their presentation, and we'll vote on this later.
So right now we're asking questions of the presenter, and then in 10, 20 minutes, when that's done, then we'll go to the recommendations A, B, and C, and we'll discuss and vote
Then I
those.
do have some specific questions.
Yep, questions right now.
Your PowerPoint presentation on page 7 or page 8 of 19. It was on the screen, excuse me. Page 8 of 19. Under buildings, it does reference design articulation, and it also references materials. It's my understanding through recent changes to the Planning Act that those are not matters that the municipal staff nor council can speak to. We can encourage, but I don't believe staff can particularly require and speak to materiality. Is that correct?
So again, they're guidelines. They're, I don't know, Nicole, do you want to weigh in on
Yes,
this?
through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. Bill 23, the city cannot require exterior design elements through site plan control, but we certainly can incentivize things like utilizing our facade improvement grants. We can say, as a condition of this grant approval, you will use, you know, brick veneer or materials that are appropriate to the context, especially if it's adjacent to heritage buildings. There's also some provisions through the provincial policy statement that add, if it's adjacent to, for example, a heritage designated building, that draws into consideration a larger number of factors versus if it's a site specific consideration where no, we can't say we're not granting you site plan approval because we don't like the color of your siding, and that's not staff's intention.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, to the speaker, your previous remarks, you said specifically you'd push back real hard. To me, that sounds like there may be then and thus some elements of subjectivity entering into discussion versus objectivity. I'm just concerned that we reference within the guidelines matters that the Planning Act specifically say we can't, as a municipality, speak to. So that was my one question. On page 11.
So Councillor Duguay, maybe we'll get an answer for that one.
Yeah,
Then we'll proceed. So, yep.
So I'll follow up with an answer to that. I'll provide an answer
That would
after tonight.
Okay, and I believe Nicole, did you want to comment on that? You don't have to, but
We're evaluating different incentives. So looking at urban design awards is something that my staff is evaluating currently right now and seeing if there's a link to incentivize versus require. And I think this language in this document is very intentional to say recommendations and guidelines versus Planning Act requirements.
okay, thank you. Councillor Duguay.
Yes, in the presentation, and we're speaking not about the downtown, we're speaking about our growth corridors, our mixed residential corridors, where these are on major roads, every one of these corridors, where we're anticipating and as a result of market conditions, intensification, transit supportive. There was a reference about encouraging the adaptive reuse or preservation and reuse of existing buildings. For example, on Lansdowne Street, where Russell Toyota sits, Mazda sits, there used to be a series of single detached dwellings. At the time, predating all this exercise, there was a recognition by the planning staff that in order for logical development to occur, those homes needed to be removed. I'm curious why we would be even contemplating preservation and reuse of existing buildings, because most of the buildings that exist that would be candidate sites for redevelopment are likely inefficient, out of date, don't meet code, and can't accommodate intensification. So I'm really curious why that statement is on. It's page 11 of your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, Ms. Hukaluk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that is an encouraging statement when feasible. I think Councillor Riel made a really good point when he spoke to the Y-lofts and how that was an adaptive reuse where there was an existing building that could accommodate future intensification. It's not every site, it's not intended for single family dwellings, but if you had an existing, say, 2-story building where there was, structural integrity left in that building, it could support intensification. That's the type of site we're referring to, or if there's a historical value to the site.
All right, Councillor Gate, do you want to go back on the list?
Those are my remarks. I have other comments later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor LaChica, Heikki, Riel, and Riel. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Hines. Just wanted to say thank you for your presentation and for the package you provided. I received it and viewed it and read through it carefully and saw that it wasn't prescriptive and that the visuals that were there were I felt intended to be aspirational and so that we can ask ourselves questions as we make decisions as a city about what we could possibly do in different places. These are ideas. So I thought it was really helpful and it was really thorough. And also thank our planning department for all the work you're doing in these changing times. There are lots of things that are changing in planning. Just something I noticed, and our parks have been talked about tonight, but something that strikes me as I visit our parks is the washroom aspect. And I was happy that this included on page 131 the comfort piece and that public washrooms need to be present and attractive. And, on the previous page, it says accessible, 129, about accessible, diverse, equity, inclusive parks. I know that I visit Halliburton Village quite a lot, and they've created such wonderful washrooms in their parks. And they have, the regular washrooms, male, female, and then accessible washrooms / gender neutral washrooms.
Right.
Would you say that this is a way that cities are moving in terms of making sure that washrooms have a look and accessibility like that.
1000%. Yes. So just about every public space project I'm working on now, washrooms have become the fulcrum almost around which everything else is revolving. And there is an incredible push to make them beautiful pieces of infrastructure, not just concrete blocks, to look at non-gender specific washroom stalls, how that's so much more efficient. I could talk all night about the role of washrooms in public places. There's some amazing pieces of work that have been done on that. So 100%.
Thank you. Thank you. And just supplemental as well. Just in terms of our identity, I appreciated Councillor Riel's point about how unique we are as a city and that it should be reflected. And I'm excited that you mentioned public art. We have our public art project that is a commemoration of our flood of 2004. And those elements really are lending itself to lots of creativity, and we've selected our artists. It's going to be a fabulous project that will reflect the identity of Peterborough over the years, and especially around the environment and the flood. So I think these are the ways going forward that we'll see our city reflected in a unique and special way. Thanks.
Fantastic to hear.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaChica. Questions, Councillor Hakey and Riel. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much. And Donna, I apologize because I had this question in my mind before. Pretend Lansdowne Place doesn't exist and that comes forward. What is that going to look like on Lansdowne Street, Monaghan and High Street
Lansdowne.
under these rules or guidelines?
Lansdowne Place meaning the mall land. So you're asking me
Under using these guidelines, what would you require that to look like? Looking at Lansdowne Street, looking at Monaghan and looking from High.
So you're asking me to give
Well,
you a picture of an
okay.
urban design plan. I
Oh,
ordered
maybe
it
I'll,
then.
maybe, okay, maybe I'll shrink it down a bit.
Okay.
Where's the building going to be placed in relation to
Oh, it's
Lansdowne Street?
so that is precisely what I'm talking about this different stages of design. It is such a complex process and it involves so many people at the table that it would be crazy for me to tell you right now that the building would be 10 feet from this corner, that, and it's going to be that. It comes through a process of understanding the specifics of that site, to talking about people that live in the neighborhood, to working with this staff group, to, so I can't give you an answer, but I can tell you that there's lots of malls that are being redeveloped, and there's some really interesting examples of what they're doing. The one that a lot of people talk about is the evolution of the Don Mills shopping center and how that's just morphed into something completely different. And it's happening all over the GTA where malls are being considered.
Yes, we're not GTA or Don Mills, but my question is, reading this, and I could be wrong, we're fronting or backing a building onto a main street. Would that be correct assumption?
Well, let me say that a key ingredient to making a wonderful street to walk on is having a beautiful edge to walk along past.
So I take that
There's
as yes.
many beautiful streets that you walk down that you're walking past, storage areas, parking lots, industrial storage areas, that does not conjure up a beautiful street that you want to walk along. So absolutely.
Well, as a
location of
guideline,
building, the location of a building plays an important role in establishing the character of that street.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hakey. I think Commissioner Papadakis wanted to.
Yeah, I just want to supplement there as well as because I know Dave and I have chatted a lot. Councillor Hakey and I have chatted a lot about this topic here in the past. So while yes, framing streets with buildings is a key good design principle, given the magnitude of whatever you're contemplating on a given site. For instance, hey, if we have the opportunity to redevelop and reimagine what Lansdowne Place would look like, would that necessarily have those types of elements, buildings right on the street, right along the street edge? Not necessarily, but there would be other elements along that street edge that would not be some of the elements that Ms. Hines was pointing to that degrade the quality of what that streetscape would look like. So you wouldn't want to have a vast parking lot, for 200 meters that somebody has to walk along with no shade, no trees, no green space, no anything along those lines. So the building being fronted along the street is one tool in the toolbox. It's also an official a policy direction in our official plan to encourage that type of orientation on sites where it's appropriate. But as Ms. Hines had pointed out, context specific considerations and other tools may be also contemplated.
Thank you very much for that. All right, questions for the presenter of Councillor Reel and Crowley. Councillor Reel.
I have nothing for the presenter, but I have for staff. When we're going to move the report, I would like them separated out.
Sure.
And certainly I would like some clarification on C, because I can't, you're pitching, but I'm not catching here. On C, which is that the Director of Planning, Development and Urban Design be authorized to consolidate the Central Area Urban Design Guidelines and the Mixed Use Corridor Urban Design Guidelines, if it is determined by staff that consolidating the documents will enhance the clarity and usability of the guidelines. That's quite a mouthful. So can you give me in Cole's Notes version of what the hell you're talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Council has approved a central area guideline. Correct. We are now expanding guidelines. We're proposing to expand those guidelines to the mixed use areas. So we have two documents. Does that make sense to have two documents, or could we actually integrate those into a single document? And we're just saying that's a technical exercise around readability and users that we think is an appropriate delegation to the staff.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair to Mr. Papadopoulos, I mean, that's the slippery slope. That if you mix the two, then the downtown doesn't have any uniqueness. You're now mixing two plans together here to facilitate what you want to do. And there's nothing that downtown will look unique to the downtown. It will be putting these two plans together and building a building for the sake of building a building.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the consolidation of the documents isn't you just have now one, and it ignores the fact that we have different land use structures in the city. That's obviously going to still be a consideration. So if you're in this part of the colored area on the map of the city, these would be the things that might be relevant. If you're in this area, these might be things that are relevant. Maybe there are common factors that are unique, that are consistent across the board, that would be appropriate to have in a general section and then have specific areas broken out in as well. The idea is just to create usability. If council feels like this is a step too far on delegated authority, then by all means, it doesn't have to get approved.
All right, thank you. And okay, and then moving on. So Councillor Crowley, questions for staff, and then we'll move on to recommendations.
Yeah, Councillor Riel sort of touched on a little bit that I was thinking about, but so I won't rehash it. But I think I'm one of the only people on council that read the document when I actually don't mind this. I think it all looks good. I think aesthetics are great. I think there's we keep talking about a future ready city, and sure, we want to keep one foot in the past, but things change, right? I didn't plan on commenting that. I plan on asking a question, but thank you, Councillor Riel, for sort of touching on it. So me likey. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley, for that question. All right, so thank you, Ms. Hines and staff. So it is 12 to 10, so we might as well do it now. So a motion to continue till we complete the whole agenda. Moved by Councillor Hakey. We'll take a vote. Thanks, Ms. Hines. I think you're good to go. Yep. Thank you so much. Well done. Surprising. And that is carried. All right, so we have recommendations A, B, and C. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move a deferral on this. So recommendation A would read same as what it is, receive the presentation. Recommendation B would be that the mixed use corridor urban design guidelines attached as Appendix A to report IPGL 23-002 be deferred, the adoption be deferred until There has been a thorough public consultation with all the stakeholders. And I don't know, I'm going to ask the clerk's advice on this. For C, in here, I don't see anywhere where it refers as rules, they're guidelines. But in one of the other reports that we're going to look at tonight, it does refer to the urban mix as rules, as general rules. So I don't know if it's appropriate at that time to remove it or make sure that everybody understands we're talking guidelines in one set and rules in another.
So, Mr. Clerk, I think, so yeah, in the report on page 186, it says rules, but in the recommendation, it says guidelines. So how best to proceed, just to make sure it is guidelines? Does the recommendation, I assume, take precedent over what's in a report per se?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The recommendation C does, to your point, reference guidelines in both cases, but I may just need to defer to staff if that is the intention versus the report.
Take your time.
These are guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I need a seconder for that?
No, you don't. Okay. So that's the main motion right now. And I guess, Councillor, would we keep C in, or because it's being deferred, would that be?
That would come back at a different time.
Okay, so essentially we're deferring until we get thorough public consultation with all the stakeholders.
Correct.
Okay, so speaking to that deferral, I have Mayor Leal, Councillor Baldwin, Burke, LaChica, Parnell.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess it's a question of clarity. This original work was done 5 years ago when the previous council decided to embark upon a course to develop a new official plan. Our official plan finally got approved in April, 61 changes that were made by the provincial government. So I would hope that we won't stretch this out too long. If we're going to wait for the council, are we going to put maybe Councillor Hickey could help me here, a bit of a time frame of when this can be completed, so this gets back to us? Because when you look at this, it's a very comprehensive report, great ideas. But one of the things I thought, of course, was we talked about these new guidelines for these corridors. We should get the roads fixed too at the same time, because the fact of the matter is, if we're going to encourage and incentivize changes to the streetscape, which I think is a good idea, the corresponding work to be done is a major, and we've already talked about this. So maybe staff could give us some inclination of how long this consultation could take, so it gets back to us in a fairly expeditious period of time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we would need clarification on understanding what council is expecting with thorough public consultation.
Then I would go back to Councillor Hickey to give us some definition of what he would like to see happen over the next little while.
Thank you very much. The consultation process would just be that, a public consultation that was mentioned tonight, but we're putting the cart before the horse. We're approving this and then doing the consultation. What I want is what I would prefer is the consultation first, and then it comes back and then it gets approved. So Michael, if you can give us a timeline that you think is doable. I know one is the 25th, one was the 23rd, I think. Okay. So your guidance here would be great.
We could have that in December.
Okay, so let's thank you, Councillor, Commissioner.
That satisfies, Mr. Chair, my requirement of getting it back in a reasonable length of time.
Okay, so we'll add that in, Mr. Clerk. The matter be deferred until thorough public consultation, which is the 2 public meetings that are planned just after the council meeting, and report back in December. And that's time limit on it. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Leal. So that's the motion to defer till December. Councillor Baldwin?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I had a similar question that I was going to ask through you to Councillor Hickey that the mayor asked. how long to do the public consultation? Is there a cost to it? And what would be the format? We've had all kinds of public consultations for a whole variety of things. We're having 4 of them in this month. We've already had a couple for waste management. We're having another one on October the 18th, another one on the 24th, and another one on the 25th, I think. That's 5 consultations on one particular report. And there is a cost to each of that, not only in terms of financial costs, but a cost for the preparation of the presentation by staff, et cetera, et cetera. So my thoughts were very similar to his worship's with respect to a cost. I have the dates now. That's really what it was. So I think I'm satisfied in terms of what Councillor Hickey said, but that was my consideration when we were looking at the deferral, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yep, no, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Ballin. So just to be clear, and Councillor Hickey, you can say I'm wrong. I think they're already planned. It's just.
Mr. Chair, for me, I want to get the results from the input from the consultation, and then we vote on it, because we're really approving something that we have a somewhat of an idea of the outcome, but we're not exactly sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Burke, Lachika, Parnell, Duguay. Councillor Burke.
Through you, Chair Beamer. I guess my question for Dave would, Councillor Hickey, would be, who would you define as stakeholders? Would that be developers?
Well, it was already defined by Ms. Kimball, who's been invited earlier, and it is the private property owners, developers, architects, and am I missing somebody?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are 2 sessions that are currently planned, and if I get anything wrong, Ms. Kimball can jump in, but one was for more actors in the development process, landowners, architects, planners, consultants, and another one was intended for general public.
So then the idea is to do those and then come back to council with that feedback and then make a decision on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. Councillor Lachika.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the mover. I guess I just, as I consider whether deferral is what I would support, I guess I'm just wondering what within the report is in question for you that is motivating the deferral. Specifics that you see in the report. I'm curious about what that is.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
It's not so much me, it's what other people may comment. Like I said to Donna, what does the street front look like? Well, we're not sure. It could be 10 feet, could be against it, could be separated. Michael was talking about, you don't want an expensive parking lot going across. You're reversing it. So there's things that the public may want to see. There's things the public may not want to see. There's things that the development community will want to see, same as architects. So that's the question that I need to find out the answer to.
Thank you. Just supplemental. I guess I have the concern that it is delaying a process, and I would think that something like this would ordinarily, after a staff report with our expertise in the planning department, and with this is just not prescriptive but aspirational, and I'm hearing that it's on a case-by-case basis that plans are, the deliberation is done. I guess I'm just wondering the benefit, and I'd like to ask Commissioner Papadakis, is that not true? It's done on a case-by-case basis, correct? And is there a great deal that we would be getting from this deferral, in your opinion? Thank you.
Through the chair, I think that I can't imagine there being wholesale changes. Again, recall what was mentioned by Ms. Hines is that the document that is before you has been prepared based on both council and provincially approved official plan. So if we're putting meat on the bones of the policy framework that is already established that we can't change, Well, so I guess we could change it. Sorry, maybe that's what we're embarking upon here. But if we assume that no, our official plan is going to stay as it is, and those policies are what they are, we'd be talking about tinkering around the edges, I guess, and whatever the document that comes back to you in December will entail. I cannot foresee there being any substantive or major changes, just because this is a guideline document that's based on urban design principles. Those aren't going to change dramatically based on feedback.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor LaChica. Councillor Purnell and Duguay. Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support A, that we receive the presentation. I'll also support B, deferring. It's really just a timing thing, and we do want to be transparent. We keep hearing that word. If we're going to be making decisions around council, the council table, we should be engaging with our stakeholders, and it's just a timing thing. If this were all to pass tonight, we would be ratifying it on October 23rd. And then we would have the meeting with the developers the next night on the 24th and the public on the 25th. So it's the cart before the horse here. So I will support Councillor Hakey's recommendations here. Let's have, and I don't know when those notices went out. Can I ask that? When did those notices go out to the development community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they went out on September 27th.
September 27th.
Yeah, the day after the Planning Advisory Committee.
Okay, so that's at least some notice. Hopefully there'll be another press release to reach people to let them know about it. That's good, but we should at least listen to these stakeholders before we ratify this decision as council. A lot of it is based on information, planning charrette from 2018 with a very dedicated group of citizens who have a very specific way they would like the city to develop, but it wasn't really wholesome. I would say there was a lot of voices that weren't part of that, and things have changed since then. We've submitted our official plan, which as the mayor mentioned, 61 changes to that, and then recently we have seen significant changes in provincial legislation that has been thrust upon us. And so all of these things have changed since the 2018 consultations. So it is important, I think, to have another touch base with the community who will be living this. And a lot of people do live in those corridors. It's a significant portion of our city that will affect a great many people. And we can't just with a magic wand say, you know what, we'll just eliminate. Actually, this was an example from the planning shred. Oh, well, let's just take away the Canadian Tire and the Sobeys and all of that whole thing, and we'll just replace that with a whole bunch of housing. And I'm thinking, do you think the owners of Canadian Tire and Sobeys appreciate that? No, they are significant stakeholders that need to be part of this conversation. So I'll support the deferral. We'll do the public consultations, and then at least we've given people this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purnell. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I will support the Councillor Hakey's recommendation. The report that we received and the presentation we received tonight was very thorough and comprehensive, and this is hugely critical to our community. This decides the future, the look, the appeal of all our major roads. However, my concern remains that the consultation was carried out in 2018. 6 of us were not on council at that time, and we have recently been considering important planning documents, and we've in a couple of instances said certain documents should not proceed. What Councillor Hakey's asking for is a deferral to allow the stakeholders to review this, and they could come back, as staff have said, saying they wholly understand it and support it, or they may come back with questions. There might have to be some refinements. Well, we must keep in context as well that the public consultation happened prior to COVID-19. The retail and commercial market has dramatically changed since that time. There have been fundamental changes to how retail and commercial built forms being expressed, not only downtown, but in the suburbs. And it wasn't considered in 2018. That reality wasn't available to us. We have seen new provincial planning programs, which from my perspective would support, and this guideline would go a long way to implement that. There's no denying it. We have evolving housing priorities. So the housing priorities and circumstances in 2018 are vastly different now. There's enormous pressures on our community to create sustainable transit supportive housing, and it's going to happen on our major roads. It was contemplated in part in 2018, but not to the dramatic effect that impacts our community today. The consultation that's being proposed, the 24th and 25th, may provide us with important insight, and it will help us arrive at a decision in December. Now, I had opportunity to discuss with staff if something of a deferral or for additional consultation were to transpire, does it impact our funding that we have received in order to carry out the study? And it's my understanding, because I've gone back to read as many reports as I can, it will not jeopardize funding. We're receiving a report. The consultant's job is finished. We're just asking staff to one more round of consultation, come back to us, I believe, December 4th with the final report. On that basis, Mr. Chairman, I would be supportive of the deferral of the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Burke? Sure. Okay. Good discussion. So receive the information and defer till December for the 2 public consultation sessions. Moved by Councillor Hickey. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. All right, so we are going to take a 10-minute break, then we'll come back for our last presentation and 3 reports. So 10-minute. 30 seconds. All right, we'll reconvene. Thanks everyone for your patience. So Mr. McCullough, thanks for your patience, long evening and then the break, but thank you. Floor is yours.
Not a problem. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight? I want to apologize. If I knew we were going this late, I would have brought a yoga instructor, did a little bit of stretching in between, keep you active and healthy. Oh, no one needs to see that at all. So I'm here tonight to present the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Facility Study. I want to stress that this is the outdoor active recreation study. Indoor facilities weren't included in this particular scope. So to start us off, I just want to take us back to COVID when everyone was looking for outdoor active recreation and we got caught without having a lot of active outdoor recreation facilities. So COVID kind of drove a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight. We found through COVID an increased use and highlighting of our aging amenities. And working with our community groups and our regional partners, we've come up with a cohesive strategy to move us forward to bring those facilities up to speed. What you'll see tonight is 15 provision strategies. We went back and forth with the Rethink Group and Bastardfield and Associates, along with our user groups. And when we're talking our user groups, we're talking everything from softball, pickleball, tennis, and had a very fulsome conversation. I want to stress that this was very collaborative in nature. This wasn't just here's the consultation, here's what the results were. We took those consultations back and forth between the groups as well as our consultants and came up with a really fulsome plan. So everything in the presentation tonight, our user groups are aware of. They know what we're presenting. We've been very open with them and they're prepared for what the recommendations are going to be. So there are 15 provision strategies included. I'm not going to read all of them because it's 10:30 at night. So they're there. But everything from ball diamonds, skateboard facilities, disc golf courses, multi-use courts. These were selected based on the fact that the facilities were either of an aging nature and needed to be addressed, or that the city had received a large number of inquiries regarding them, or that our community groups showcased the need to our Arenas, Parks, and Rec Committee. Part of the scope of this project is that our GIS mapping will include all the potential locations of our outdoor active recreation facilities within our GIS mapping, which means that our planning departments are also going to be aware of potential locations. So it again brings that cohesiveness between the departments and the divisions to ensure that when we are planning, it's a holistic planning approach. I want to talk a little bit about reserve accounts and the need to generalize our reserve accounts. We have several accounts currently that are specialized, such as the Marina account, Beaver Mead Campground, sport field lighting counts. We don't have what is called a general recreation reserve account that would allow us to leverage some of our funding to do smaller projects, such as resurfacing of tennis courts or other operational type of projects. So we're relying a lot on capital currently. So part of the recommendations tonight is to create a generalized reserve account to allow us to start doing those smaller projects as part of our operational budget. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the collaboration between our divisions, asset management and planning divisions. In particular, I would like to thank Chelsea Ray for the last 2 years of her work. Chelsea's been leading this project as our staff lead and bringing together the user groups, our planning departments and everything. So I just wanted to make sure she was recognized for the hard work she's done. Future Ready Peterborough. So as we're fully aware of multiple conversations tonight, land is restricted. We may need some land. I've heard that in several conversations. So what we're asking for is to expand on our partnerships, to expand with our current partners to leverage their land, work with our surrounding First Nations and our townships to ensure that when we are building forward, we're building as a region so that we're not in competition. Another big concept of this would be the varied levels of play. There are two types of active recreation occurring in the city. There's what we call neighborhood parks, which are small, non-permitted recreational play in your neighborhood.
those are where you're introducing yourself to pickleball as a beginner, or tennis or basketball. They're not meant to draw crowds in. They're not meant to be tournament ready. They are meant to be embedded within the community neighborhood parks. The other side of that is active recreation hubs, where we do permit regulation size courts. We combine them with other amenities to make a destination location within the city. An example of that will be the project you will see later in Varnworth Park, which brings multiple projects and provision strategies together to enhance the area, as well as bring people together instead of driving them into smaller community areas. So the outdoor recreation strategies you'll see, each provision has some guidelines associated with those. Those guidelines can include population ratios. They can also be based on equitable distribution through the city. So we'll start off with ball diamonds. As you'll see in each of these slides, there's the guideline which recommends what we should be doing, a chart of where we currently are at, and then a recommendation. For ball diamonds, in recent years, permit requests have decreased. That's based on aging population, updates to our facility booking processes, and changing landscape of sport. Even with the loss of diamonds at Morrow Park, we did not encounter a significant reduction in our permitting or the ability to host our permitted play. So as you'll see, we are in a surplus of ball diamonds currently. As an example of our ball diamonds, we have varied levels. I just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to see what a premier diamond compared to a level A diamond compared to a level C. Level C is basically located in our school grounds. They're not serviced. They don't have any amenities to them, but they do exist. As we go through this process, our goal is to bring level Cs up to level Bs to level As, and using our existing facilities and increasing them so that we're using current existing facilities in a more equitable and economic way. So our recommendation for ball diamonds is to relocate and upgrade lower level diamonds to allow play for all ages, to continue partnerships with school boards, upgrade the diamonds as we need, and seek out additional table land as the population increases. Earlier, I talked a little bit about the GIS mapping. This is an example of what you'll see in our GIS system once the maps are uploaded. This one is particular for the boat launch strategy. The guideline is that there's at least one quality boat launch in each of the zones. We currently have 9 launches, but 2 of them are decommissioned based on their current conditions. So we'll be moving towards upgrading our existing facilities again, bringing them back up to speed. Disc golf, as you can see, we have a shortfall of 5 courses based on today's population ratio. Disc golf is an affordable, easy land use sport and can be easily developed as we proceed forward. The multi-use court strategy, the guideline is equitable distribution through our community parks. These courts may include tennis, pickleball lines, ball, hockey, or basketball. Our recommendation for this one is to ensure that our existing courts are multi-use and that we consider multi-courts in the development and rejuvenation projects of neighborhood parks. Our picnic provision strategy is to, we are shortfall of 1 pavilion. Currently, our picnic pavilions are booked 82% of the time. The difference of that 100% is Heritage Park. Earlier, you heard that washroom facilities are important for our facilities. Heritage Park does not have a washroom, therefore it limits what we are able to permit at that particular location. So as we consider moving forward on these, we need to also look at the amenities we're offering alongside. Pickleball is a relatively new and unheard of sport that no one has ever mentioned to me at any time. As you can see, we may be a little short on those courts, and I want to thank our pickleball president for being here tonight as in support. We have a current shortfall of 17.5 courts at our current population size. And so what we'll be doing is installing or asking permission to install 16 courts, including one oversized accessible court as part of one of our projects, and that pickleball lines are included when updating multi-use courts moving forward. Our rectangular field strategy, again, we have surplus of rectangular fields. According to our 2023 booking data, no fields were required at this time. There is conversations regarding a domed facility, but again, that will be part of a next phase of a discovery. The one challenge we are having is at Milroy Park, where we have a cricket pitch located between those two fields. As that cricket pitch is booked, we take 2 fields offline at the same time. So we do have to look at the alignment of that particular pickleball or cricket course and move it so that we're maximizing those fields in that area. Again, some examples of our partnerships with our artificial turf fields at Fleming, our premier and natural turf at Eastgate, and then a level C example at St. Teresa's. Our recommendation for fields is to review existing fields and lighting opportunities to increase available permitting time. By adding lights to the field or to a diamond, you're adding 2 hours each night, 7 days a week to our permitting ability. And it's a more economical way of expanding what our permitting times can be done. Again, relocating our cricket pitch from Milroy, and then expanding our existing partnerships. Beaches. So for our beach strategy, I wanted to first highlight that in the 2023 operational year, our beaches were closed 39 days out of the 58 operational days, based on algae blooms, based on a variety of climate impacts. Though the recommendation does speak to adding another beach to our facilities, we do believe that exploring alternative water play features is a more appropriate way to go, given the impacts that the climate change and our lake is having. That, just so you're aware, represents 70% of the time that we were operational, that we were closed. Beach volleyball is quite a popular one with our partners. As you can see, we have a shortfall of 2 courts. However, we recommend building courts in either stages of 4 or 6. However, the positive here is Trent University, Fleming College, and the school boards have all indicated their interest in creating beach volleyball at their locations. So the need for land will be there, and they're willing to partner with us on those types of facilities. Our dog park strategy calls for 1 dog park per ward. So we'll be proceeding that way. As our wards grow, as our population grows, the other consideration will be making sure that within the ward, we're also being mindful of where our dog parks are. So it's not located at one corner of the ward versus being at both ends. So we'll have to explore that as we move forward. Outdoor fitness equipment. This one came directly from COVID. What we're recommending with this one is that as we proceed with neighborhood parks, we add this to the consultation for the communities, and if there's a need or wish for them, that we incorporate them in our neighborhood park locations. Our skateboarding strategy, as you can see, we have a current shortfall of almost 16,000 square feet. Our particular skateboarding facility is aged. It's not meeting the current needs. We have had a very active skateboarding coalition speak to us about what the needs of what that park needs to be. So a revitalization of that park is included in today's presentation. We're also including skate dot facilities throughout the community. Those skate dot facilities are designed to handle skateboarding, rollerblading, and other facilities that are not maybe as formalized as a full skate park, but can be used throughout the city. Specialized bike facilities are relatively new. They're also often referred to as all-wheel tracks. We currently do not have one within the region. So we are recommending that as part of the project, we combine this particular strategy with our skateboard and create a multi-use area. So we are recommending that an all-wheel track be included in a project. Our tennis provision strategy. As you can see, we have no surplus or shortfall at this time. However, the nature of tennis and pickleball have kind of talked together. So we will have to make sure that we do not place those in same facilities moving forward, that they are separate sports and separate facilities. We also have a number of aging tennis court facilities. So though we are not having a shortfall or a surplus, we do have aged facilities that need attention. In particular, Kenner has some pretty old tennis courts that will need to be addressed. So in conversations with our partners, we'll be working with them on bringing current existing facilities into repair. And then the water provision strategy, which was improved by council and endorsed by APRAC, is just a continuation of our splash pad process. I did want to bring attention to council that there are 4 levels of splash pads. There's what's called a level A, which is a destination splash pad, which is designed to bring people in. A level B is a mid-sized one without necessarily supporting amenities. A level C is a small neighborhood type facility, and a level D is a water feature. Just so you're aware, there are different levels when we're talking about splash pads, and we've had a lot of feedback from the community about what happens when a splash pad enters a neighborhood park. So it's important for us just to keep in mind there are different sizes and levels. And then as you can see through this map, it recommends our current location and where we're proposing. We currently have a challenge in our west end as far as splash pads go, so that would be our priority. All right, 2024 project recommendations. So for this one, there are two projects in particular we're talking about that are included in some shape or form within the budget. These projects are independent on each other, as we currently have pickleball occurring in the Knights of Columbus Park, which is impacting the neighborhood. The sound, the noise, and considerations have to be looked at when we are redeveloping. So what we're recommending in the 2024 budget is that the Knights of Columbus prioritize the creation of 4 tennis courts in this park, so that when we move pickleball, we have a new location for tennis. All right, so that's where the interplay between those two projects are. Knights of Columbus has a full piece, will include 4 tennis courts, a dog park, washing facilities, updated ice rink, and a pavilion structure. This is an example of bringing our provision strategies together, creating an active recreation hub that serves multiple generations, makes an intergenerational play, and connects our neighborhoods. The second project is Bonnerworth Park. This is where we're proposing our pickleball courts to go. In this location, we'd have 16 pickleball courts, including 1 oversized accessible court. We'd expand our current skateboarding facility, add a pump bike track, a pavilion structure, and accessible pathways connecting Bonnerworth facilities to the McDonald Street Community Center, Hamilton Park, and through to Jackson Creek. I know there was a comment earlier about the connectivity of our parks and our locations. This would be an example where we're taking that concept and expanding it so that this area becomes a truly like a recreational hub to bring intergenerational people in. Through the capital projects, through this budget of these 2 capital projects, we are actually hitting a number of our provisional strategies and giving us a good head start to getting us caught up to where we are as far as active recreation goes. However, there is work to be done, and as part of the recommendations, we'll be bringing forward capital projects as part of the annual budgets to bring us up to where we should be. That's it. So quick, I know, but
No, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for the presentation and all your work and your team. So we do have some questions of the presenters. So questions, Councillor Basiliadis, Real Baldwin, and Parnell. Councillor Basiliadis? And I'll come to Councillor Parnell first on the recommendations to move them. And Councillor Duguay.
I just want to say thank you for creating this report. It really speaks to me as Parks and Rec. It's what you hear during your campaign on the campaign trail. And but when I read this report, it tells me that the city of Peterborough's West End or Monaghan Ward splash pad or a dog park, and a dog park actually, not or. So it does talk about the splash pad that's at the Kinsman location. That used to be in Monaghan Ward until our ward boundaries changed, right? So, but the reason why we put it there, I remember it was proposed in Roper Park and that wasn't going to happen. But I do see that it might be recommended in here that could be one of the locations. So that just ahead of time, that's probably not going to work because it didn't work before. So I'm sure there's other areas too that we could recommend. But you know, we put in that area because it was a densely populated area and it had parking. Parking was one of those issues, right? And so. And where the Kinsman splash pad is, it's worked great. It really is. And you drive by there and there are there are people walking there and driving there. So it's a good thing. And so, you know, and one thing that I've heard from other people is the more unestablished parks. So a park that really doesn't have a lot of maybe playground equipment or something that's not heavily used or those are the areas that actually seem to work. So, no, I'm happy to see that. I don't know if I necessarily have a question about that other than I do see that in the recommendation or the proposed areas. So if Roper Park didn't work a few years ago, would you think that we could look at another area and within the West End?
We could.
Okay.
I think it's the mapping exercise is more to present where we could place things.
Okay,
A lot of the
okay.
questions that come through, both from community members and from council, is can we do this at this location? Can we do this at this location?
Mhm.
What the mapping exercise will do is actually present a fulsome map of where things could go.
Okay.
Therefore, you have those options available when you're making decisions as a council.
Okay.
And when we make a recommendation, we would go through a consultation process similar to see if Roper Park was appropriate.
Okay.
It may not be a level A. It could also be a spray post as an example, just to add some features to the park.
Okay.
So there's a variety of different ways we can apply it, but what the mapping exercise will do is actually present to council all the locations that you could probably put something.
Okay. So Councillor Crowley and I will probably hear from people where they might want it. So do you want to hear that, or like what we're hearing, proposed areas that people might want to see? Okay, yeah, just no.
Absolutely,
I
what the
appreciate
map
that.
will also do for you though, Councillor, is allow you to answer those questions too.
For sure.
When somebody comes to you and says, I want this in this park, you'll also have the ability to look and say, oh, it doesn't fit in that park for X, Y, Z reasons.
Yeah.
So it also allows us to be more responsive to those questions.
Okay, no, and within the report, I know you mentioned just at the beginning of your presentation, it says significant interest in indoor facilities such as a year-round field house, multi-use courts, requests regarding aquatic complex were received, and then there's going to be like another report on that. So when would that report show up?
We'll probably be bringing forward in the 2025 budget, a capital project that would then address our indoor facilities. The challenge with this one was that the scope was so specific to outdoor that we wanted to make sure we got those ones done.
Okay.
When we start introducing field houses, aquatic facilities, gymnasiums, other pieces, it takes an entirely different turn.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that we're treating both as separate so that there's a clear understanding of what indoor and outdoor can do.
That's great. No, I was happy to see field house in there. Every budget I ask about the field house, and because there is a little line that does mention a field house, and I do know that some of our sports teams do go to the Hastings field house actually and use it quite a bit. So I think there is a demand there, but I'm happy to see that in there. But
absolutely,
thank you very much, and thank you for this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vassiliadis. So questions of the presenter of Councillor Riel, Baldwin, Parnell, Duguay, Burke, Crowley, LaChica, Mayor Leal. So questions. Councillor Riel.
To the chair, to Mr. McCauley. Rob, thank you very much for your presentation. I thought I flogged the thing about themes for parks and stuff like that, but you happen to twig my interest in Bonworth. That's a huge undertaking of that park. And there is so much history in that area, Bonworth, and certainly the woolen mills, the women that struck in the 20s for higher pay and better working conditions. There should be panels like we have at Millennium Park. But that's what I'm talking about. And then it morphs into Jackson Park, which was in the 20s and 30s, even today. It had some history. So this park just can't be putting up a pavilion, pickleball courts. There has to be something as a destination. There has to be a history to it. That's where I'm going when we do these parks. Two things I want to raise. A swimming pool at Beavermead. The former commissioner, then director of the Arts, Culture and Heritage told me over his dead body. Well, he's not here. Haven't seen his dead body. But you've just said that out of 556 days, you were only able to the beaches. They were closed for 39 days. You talk about putting a water park or whatever it is. There's an absolute need for a swimming pool in Beavermead to accommodate the people, even though they want to lay in the beach. They want the amenities of going into a swimming pool. So I'm just raising that issue with you, and certainly raised several times in the last month is the naming of the complex that we're building down at the exhibition park should keep the name of R.A. Morrill Park. The whole thing. We've heard so much in the paper about the history being lost in this family that donated that land, that whole park, even though you're naming the arena, all the rest of that stuff, that whole fenced-in area right from Locke Street to Park Street to Lansdowne to McGill should be R.A. Morrill Memorial Park.
Just going to ask that Chelsea write that down. Thank you. And I'll address that for you.
It's been raised by people when they we're talking about naming the rights for the arena. They said something is missing. The R.A. Morrill family that donated this property that we were redeveloping, that name should not be lost. And I think it would do much to kind of take that Band-Aid off of that and the hard feelings, not all of them, but I think it shows that we have some, we're thinking about that family and what their legacy was for the city of Peterborough. So that's my comments. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Reel. Okay, questions, Councillor Baldwin?
And thanks a lot, Rob, for the presentation and all the work that went into the report. I was saying to Councillor LaChica during our break that I was here one morning till 3:45 a.m. sitting in the audience. The year I was thinking about running for council. We keep on going and we have 12 people or 11 people talking for every report, we might beat that record. Anyway,
Glad I could help,
I'll
Councillor.
try and be short. Rob, I wasn't going to bring up Councillor Riel jumping off the Lions Center pool as a 2-year-old, but that's where the community swimming pool was. And I would concur with that. It's been mentioned several times about a pool for the general community, and your remarks referencing the bloom in the lake and the weather. I know that's expensive. They don't make money, but it would be a community asset, and it might be a tourist thing as well for people coming into to Beavermead Park. So I would agree with Councillor Riel on that one. With respect to your number on the pickleball courts, it was the one question that I did get during the campaign. Everybody else said clean up the downtown and fix my road. So obviously when Councillor Vasiliadis was going in the West End, he had different people talking about recreation, but I'm glad you referenced that to Councillor Vasiliadis because it is so important for the community. We're building for the future. There's a need there for 17 and a half pickleball courts. I don't know why we'd build 16 when we need 17 and a half. I think we should be looking at the future and we should be going to 20 or 24. So I just raised that because if we're going to build it now and it's the fastest growing sport in North America, maybe it's the site that only limits it to 16.
That would be correct.
But if we can squeeze another 4 in there, that would get us over the 17.5. And particularly if you're going to take out the 4 pickleball courts that are down at on Park Street at the old Civic Arena there, that again is a reduction of courts. So just throw that in there, Rob, in case maybe there's another location.
Yeah, I would say that we've had some pretty in-depth conversations with the Pickleball Association and the pickleball community in general. They're very supportive of the current status. They understand that we have to build out. They understand that that is a priority for the city, priority for council. They're also realistic to understand that we're trying to get us from our current 6 courts up to 16 within a year. So, the development is coming. But there are going to be other locations that will include them and we'll be growing as we go.
Yeah, fair enough on that. And then again, through the chair, just with respect to that Bonneward location, we're going to throw a lot of stuff in there. And I look at that as being an extremely busy location. So if we're having a pickleball court, you've got the dirt track and everything else going. Have we got adequate parking to put that kind of facility up there?
We did include parking in the facility fit to ensure. With the acquisition of McDonald Street as well, it does allow some overflow parking there. Okay. There's also some benefits with the McDonald Street building in that vicinity. Our lawn bowlers and our pickleball players do enjoy their game and they also enjoy their post game. So there's some opportunities there to continue not only be on their game, but to create a social location for them as well.
Okay. 2 other quick things, Mr. Chair. Councillor Riel and I had a consultation meeting about Denny Park last week. And the majority of people who arrived at the consultation were people my age or older. They were all seniors. We didn't get one young person come to our consultation. 0. Their concern was we're going to put all this fancy equipment in Denny Park when really what we want are trees, a couple of benches, and maybe a sidewalk. That's really what they came with.
Right.
So it's great to see some of the amenities there, but things sometimes you might think about overbuilding, and we just need to dial it back a little bit.
I would
Just-
agree.
Just based on that particular consultation, and Keith can verify that's what was said. The last thing, Rob, would be, are we entering into any kind of discussion? And I'll use Kenner Collegiate as a perfect example. About 9 years ago, when I first got on council, the phys ed head, Dave Hanna, had provided me with a blueprint for a revitalization of the Kenner Fields. I gave that to Mr. Doherty. I don't know where that is now, but we have had great partnership with Thomas A. Stewart and Holy Cross. We've got both the separate school system and the public school system looked after. I think the next regeneration or revitalization needs to be in Councillor Purnell and Councillor Duguay's ward. I can't think of a better place than Kenner Collegiate.
And I would say our partners agree with you. So we did have a separate meeting consultation with representatives from Trent, Fleming, and the school boards. And they laid out their priorities for us and what they would like to see. Kenner was obviously on the top of the list of that conversation. So I think what you'll see, and I know Councillor Baldwin, in the past, you've made sure that staff are aware that these partnerships have been fantastic for us.
Yes.
And our partners are truly valued for what we're doing. Having them at the table was, I think, a show to them of how much we value what they want and what their input is, and their input is included within these strategies. So they are represented there as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, Rob, for the presentation and all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Baldwin. Questions, Councillor Purnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when the time comes, I'll be happy to move the recommendations as chair of this portfolio.
Yep.
A lot of my thunder's been stolen by my colleagues who spoke first, but I think it's fantastic because we're on the same page and they're asking great questions. Some that I wanted to ask myself or to highlight really, because I've been well prepped by staff. So thank you, Rob and Chelsea, for all of your work for sure. And I would like to, before I ask my question, really emphasize that we've done this in the right order. We looked at all of our land, green parks, green spaces to identify what we had where already. We asked, what do we need for, in this case, outdoor recreation? What facilities do we really need? And then this phase is, what can we put where? Where will it fit within different neighborhood parks or regional parks? So we've really done every step and consulted with all the user groups. So nobody can say that this is a surprise. And we've had buy-in from the various user groups who come to Arenas Parks and Rec to present to us. So we've done extensive consultation before this even came to this body for approval. And that was by design and very well done. I'm very proud of the team here. Well, of course, we hear pickleball constantly. They're quite the enthusiastic group, so we want to make sure that they're looked after. The skateboard community for years now has just really been very enthusiastic, and they want to help. They want to help us design and teach us what, I'm an expert in this, but they know. So we will be consulting when it actually comes time to build. As an example, the skateboard park or the bike pump track or all-wheel track, we'll talk to the users to make sure that we are building it correctly moving forward. And cricket, of course, is also very important. Our demographic is changing. We have a huge international student population, and this is a sport that is also very important within our community. The outdoor pool is definitely something that I want to get on the radar, and I'm pleased that Councillor Riel and Baldwin also mentioned it. There has been resistance to it in the past. It's not a cheap endeavor to have an outdoor pool. When we did have an outdoor pool at the Lions Club, it was extremely well used back in the day, and we've almost come full circle now when we see the effects that the storm water has on our river and our lake. If every time it rains, you cannot use the river or the lake just because of what is washed off of our streets and our backyards and front yards, business areas into our watershed. That's unfortunately a reality. And then this blue algae we were stuck with that this year, and it closed our beaches 70% of the time. So it is something that we need to get on the radar. It's not in this report because it wasn't on the radar when we started this process. But Mr. McCauley, how can we get that on the radar? Because maybe it's an outdoor pool, maybe it's, we hurry up the indoor pool, the aquatic part of our new community center, Miskin Law Community Center, it's going to be called. Maybe we hurry that up and then we just say, okay, we have programming for most of the time, but in the summertime, if there's a situation like we've had this last summer, then public swimming takes over. So my question through Mr. Chair to Rob is how do we get a potential outdoor pool or community pool on the radar?
So in the presentation, I did word it in a way that we look at the water play provision as a whole. And that does include our current amenities, our current pools, our current wading pools, splash pads, as well as any future development. So I think we have to look at it as one piece. And what is the future of our beaches and pieces like that? I think as part of that next phase of the indoor facility strategies, where we're diving deeper into those type of facilities, you'll see that part of that as recommendations.
Well, thank you. I'll leave it at that. And I appreciate the positive comments around the table on this, and I'm pleased to move it at the right time. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Purnell. Questions, Councillor Duguay, Burke, Crowley, LaChica, Mayor Leal. Councillor Duguay.
I wanted to start off by thanking Mr. McCauley for his presentation. And on a personal note, I was quite ecstatic when I thought I read the word water polo provision strategy. And in fact, it's water play, so I'm not as enthusiastic. A couple of questions, or if I may, sponsorship opportunities, new facilities in line with what we heard before. I'm assuming there will be sponsorship opportunities for the skate or the bike facilities and like.
Yeah, so as part of the sponsorship program, amenities are added to the list as an approved asset through a process. Once those assets are added to the sponsorship, then our sponsorship coordinator goes out and actively pursues opportunities. So they'll be added to that asset list.
Excellent. You referenced the ice rink upgrade at Legacy Bowl and Ice at Columbus Park. Could you briefly describe what's contemplated there?
So the Legacy Bowl is part of the Winter Games. Okay, so it is a legacy piece. However, the facility itself is aged. Ball hockey is still present in the community. It's not as pronounced. And we also do some outdoor parks, outdoor rinks and pieces like that. So we would be looking at what the Legacy Bowl can include and be incorporated as part of the redevelopment of that area.
Thank you for that. I also support outdoor swimming pool. And their shape, their configuration has vastly changed from what would have been a rectilinear shallow end, deep end at Lions Park. I know in the city of Windsor, they're contemplating redeveloping all their pools. They have walk-in entries. It looks like a beach. They have splash pads, and there's a swimming pool in there. So it becomes almost a glorified splash pad, but it does have swimming component.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly support an outdoor swimming pool. And one of my observations when I moved to this city was other than I think Lions Club was already winding down, was its obvious and conspicuous absence of such facilities. Lastly, I noted we have a built form for mountain bikes, and has there been ever consideration for establishing a mountain bike trail accessible from our public trail system? Windsor Gananocha Trail has a dedicated mountain bike trail. You access it from the main trail. Is that something that is possible or could be contemplated?
We have permitted a motocross event in the past. The damage to our trail system was...
No, I'm not referring to motocross. I'm talking to non-vehicular. I'm talking mountain bike, just mountain bikes.
Yeah. So the reason I'm bringing up motocross is it was one of the reasons we didn't include this in the strategy because of the damage to the natural trail system. If we were to create that type of facility, we'd have to be very mindful of the damage to our natural trails and our natural areas.
Yes.
And motocross just kind of highlighted that for us. It's not off the radar, but again, it hasn't been one that's come up to the surface for us at this point.
Fair enough. I recognize the priorities that were established, and I'm satisfied with the overall approach. So thank you. Those are my comments, questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duguay. Questions, Councillor Burke?
Through you to Rob, thanks for this. And I think it's really important that we're talking about this on Mental Health Day, because these are all important aspects to keep people healthy. And I'm grateful that you're working with the Peterborough Skateboard Association. Like, I hear they're so organized and amazing. And I grew up skateboarding. We had a nationally recognized indoor skate park called M&J's, and the guys that were skateboarding when the park was being built, they knew right away that it was limited by the space, and right away it was too tight compared to other parks. So I have confidence that through your work with them, it will be what they need will be recognized in the plan.
Absolutely.
I'd also like to shout out a kid at Queen Mary School named Smith, who is advocating for the bike pump track, and him and his friends are being driven by their parents out of the city to go do this. And they've been lobbying for something like this, and they're very excited about it. And, you know, growing up, like, I would base our family road trips through the States on places that had a skate park, places that had an outdoor pool, places that, you know, in Peterborough, places that had a basketball court. And I think these are very important. I want to just, though, I don't know if this is a question, we might get there, but I'm picking up on what's been mentioned earlier about the importance of the plans for this having like a symbiotic relationship with the community, you know, and like there's a lot of attention on Bonnerworth, but Bonnerworth Park, you know, but when 555, what is that? What's the new build there? The PHC project?
Yeah, the PHC project.
When that was built, it sort of cut off all these natural routes that the neighborhood had used and bikers had used and runners had used to access Jackson Park.
Mhm.
And so I think that we need to do proper deep consultation that goes and meets people where they're at in the neighborhood to understand how people are using these spaces so that we don't build something that affects that. And also address outside of these parks the concerns like sidewalks and parking and where people are naturally doing things.
Absolutely.
You know,
And we are collaborating with Active Transportation as well with this. The idea is to create a linear network through our park system. That's been included in a lot of our past studies. These neighborhood active recreation hubs are meant to draw people into that purpose and allow them natural connections in. So absolutely.
I'm going to speed up with my questions. The one question I had was about, oh geez, oh yeah. So one thing that was missing for me here was any upgrades to the Jackson Park trail system. And, you know, during the pandemic, especially, the Jackson Park trails were busier than George Street. You know, bikers, cyclists, and I've heard from the community that there's a need for lighting and access to water and access to bathrooms. Comment on that?
So I would say through a recent realignment, recreation and parks is now together as far as a cohesive planning unit. So I think you'll see the principles applied from the active recreation project applied to trails, applied to neighborhood parks and those pieces as a natural approach.
The trail is not considered recreational at this point?
Not within this provision strategy, but they will be explored.
And then the last thing I'll bring up, and I'll end with this, is that growing up here, a great way that we spent our time was that we skated on city facilitated rinks that were outside. On Bonnerworth, they had two that were lit and that we used outside. What is the history with that? And is there any way that we could look into doing some of those sorts of things to make use of the ball diamonds in the winter?
Yes. What I would say to that particular question, yeah, we are currently reviewing our outdoor rinks as a whole project or a whole process. A lot of our outdoor rinks are dependent on volunteers, and those volunteers, and through education, we're trying to educate them on the risks associated with them running those rinks. And I think where we need to further that exploration is the service that we're providing through volunteers and neighborhood rinks the service level we need to provide within Peterborough? Or is it a service provision that we need to then incorporate within our budgets and grow? And I think we've now reached that point. Significant risk, insurance, all those costs now come into effect. That came through COVID, even with simple guidelines that were put in place of how what the risk and who was in charge and who was in control of it. Those started those conversations, but I think our volunteers are now receiving the education they've always needed to understand the risks they're taking on. And I think we're now starting to see them understand that maybe that's not the best position for them. And we're obviously not going to go down the pathway where we don't have outdoor rinks. So we're going to have to find our next step overall. And that may include utilizing our diamonds in the winter in a different way. But I would say it's on the radar, but we don't have a definitive answer at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Questions, Councillor Crowley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the report. Thank you, both of you. It was fantastic. One quick question, and I swear to God, I'll keep it quick. Kawartha Heights Park, has it ever been identified for anything in the West End? Because right now, every resident that I talk to in the area, I'm still talking to Urban Forestry about trying to get just a tree there so that it can provide some shade for the one tiny little park spot for kids that's not really shaded. And then they have a backstop that's sort of decrepit. And I think it's almost like the city's forgot about it, because I think they come by and cut the grass and then leave, and there's never a game that's going on there. But it's so huge, so it might be perfect for dog park. So I'm going to defer that question to Ms. Gray.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So Kawartha Heights Park is one of the top on our list right now for a number of amenities. It includes some potential options that you'll see through the GIS mapping when all of the reports become available, include potentials for a dog park. It could include a water play strategy. It could certainly include a ball diamond or a rectangular field in the future. And I think what you just said, actually, for example, with the tree is a perfect example of why we need the GIS mapping, because we wouldn't want them to go in and plant a number of trees if we're intending on using the rectangular field. And so we want to be working together with our departments and making sure that we do that all together as a cohesive plan for that park.
I appreciated her being here tonight, so I thought I'd throw at least one question to Chelsea.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crowley. Councillor LaChica, and then Mayor Leal. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Rob. Thank you, Rob and Chelsea, for all your work on this. I think part of the reason our speakers list is so long is because we're all excited about it. And
they're excited too.
It truly is, you know, the scope of what you've shared with us. This is something that will draw families here. We really have a spectacular outdoor recreation program, and it's just getting better and better. So I just wanted to say amazing about the dog park strategy, because, you know, that's one thing that we got a lot in Town Ward, and your responsiveness and recognizing that is important will mean a lot to constituents with all their pets. Knights of Columbus. Again, you know, responsiveness to the constituents who, you know, are affected by the noise because it was so close, and brilliant solution. So that's great. One question I have, when you showed outdoor fitness and so forth up there, I wondered if you'd ever seen, I know in the city of Toronto, they have concrete outdoor ping pong tables. So they're molded concrete, and then it's like it has 4 posts that are round spears out of concrete, and they're huge. People love them, and they're scattered throughout the city in parks. And I didn't know if that's something that you were aware of.
I have seen them.
Yeah.
I haven't incorporated it in our provincial strategy.
Yeah.
But I do know what you're speaking about.
Yeah.
I think as we start to set our targets and get us caught up, then we start expanding on those pieces.
Sure.
I think we do have a lot of work to be done over the next few years to bring us up to where our provision guidelines are indicating we should be. So that's my shout out to the budget in the future.
Right.
Maybe needed, but I think those are now the next evolution of this provision strategy.
Thank you. And supplemental, big fan of the swimming pool as well. Yeah. Thanks very much.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. We can do discussion if you want.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, Rob, I just want to thank you and the team for a real professional report. Well done. And your incredible response to pickleball. I mean, it is a sport that's on a vertical growth rate. And I just found out today, late this afternoon, there's 400 members of the Peterborough Pickleball Association. What a wonderful group. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. Thank you so much. Great presentation. Thanks for all your work.
Thank
And your teams. All right, we'll move to recommendations and discussion. Councillor Purnell.
I am happy to move the recommendations. I'm very pleased with it. I love the enthusiasm around the table. We just have to remember this enthusiasm at budget time, because there is a cost to doing this, and we've done it before where we had a certain amount of money and we had a strategy on rectangular fields as an example, and we just kept plugging away at that in partnerships, and we got that done. Now this is what is part of, it's a huge part of our quality of life in Peterborough, and we've learned this more and more through the pandemic. These things are all very, very important to the community. All the research has been done on it in the right way, so we know we're meeting the needs. And please keep your enthusiasm for budget time. And I'm happy to move this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purnell. Thank you for all your work on this as well as chair. Comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Purnell. We'll take a vote. That is carried. All right, 3 more reports, folks. We're almost there. 12A1, appointment of citizen appointment selection committee. Councillor Reel.
Through the chair, this is very simple. We would like to add a B. A is that Deidre Chisholm be appointed to serve as member of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Committee with a term ending December the 26th. And B would be that Mark Gilachuk be appointed to serve as a member of the Accessibility Advisor Committee with a term ending December 2026, and it's imperative that we get that done so that we can fill those roles, and that's all there is. I'm moving that report.
Short and sweet. That's the main motion. Moved by Councillor Reel. Speakers, Councillor LaChica.
As chair, I was going to suggest that I move the report, but
Go ahead.
Thank you.
We can do that. Moved by Councillor LaChica. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. Okay, that'll pass. So Streamlined Development Approval Funding Program, Councillor Reel.
Where's my notes here? I'm through the chair. I'm going to move this report. I raised this at planning. I have some concerns. There's too much stuff going to the Committee of Adjustment. As a former member of the Committee of Adjustment, it was for minor variances and easements. I see there's been a departure there, and I just wanted to raise that, but I will move the report. But I'm just making that caution. I just feel there's too much stuff that should be here at council as opposed to the Committee of Adjustment. We are all elected to a job for the taxpayers of the city of Peterborough, and I think that some of these reports should be coming to us.
Thank you, Councillor Reel. Moved by Councillor Reel. Any comments or questions? Councillor Purnell.
Just very quickly, we were going to remove the word rules from page 186 from the
Sure, yeah.
our previous discussion. Yep, and I did want to mention very quickly, we are talking about parking bylaws within this report, and I just want to let people know, I'm confirming with Interim Commissioner Papadakis that the parking permit report is coming in November for us to consider. So that's still on the radar and on its way. Thank you. I'll be in favor of the report.
Okay. And I think Councillor Purnell just looking for guidance, the rules versus guidelines. I think
It's the second last paragraph. It says the central area and mixed use corridors, urban design guidelines provide general rules and recommendations, and we wanted to remove the word rules. Right, that was a sticking point.
okay, and you're comfortable with that, Councillor Reel?
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
How best to proceed by changing that word in the report, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, thank you. It's a bit unusual to change the staff report. I would suggest, and I would defer to my colleagues, but I believe I was clarified earlier just this evening that the intent was these are guidelines, and then the word guidelines should be used going forward. But I may stand corrected on that. I think Mr. Appleby's going to help me in here.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair. So The reporters we spoke to earlier tonight, they are guidelines. They are not rules. I would suggest it's an error, in this report to have the word rules in there, but I would also suggest that this particular report doesn't really have any bearing sort of on sort of how the urban design guideline document is used. This is simply a report to sort of report out on the activity that has been undertaken through the Streamlined Development Approval Fund. We need to sort of report back through to the province on what we've done with the money that they provided or that they've made available to us, and that's what this report is about. If you want to remove the word rules from this report, then you can certainly craft a motion to do that. But I would honestly say that it really has no effect on how we interpret that report. The previous report is sort of gets at to what we need for that report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest that, well, a number of us were concerned about that word earlier, and it has been accepted as a friendly amendment by the mover just to remove that word. It shouldn't be that difficult. So when this gets posted to the website as the permanent approved general committee report, we just remove that word. I don't see that as an issue.
Okay, I think the report's already out, but it's council's prerogative. So did you want to make a B? So A, that the report be received for information, and a B that on page 186 that rules is adjusted to guidelines? Okay, so I'll just wordsmith that. Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Reel, A and B that we change the word rules to guidelines on 186. Any further comments or questions? All right, we'll take a vote and we'll just wait till that sentence gets in the e-scribe. And that is carried. Last item of the evening, 12A5, proposed new waste collection bylaw. Councillor Baldwin and Parnell. Councillor Baldwin.
Listen, many of our staff are here. They've been here for 5 hours. So I wanted to just do a shout out to Commissioner Papadakos, our director, James Ischenko, our waste management manager, Dave Douglas, Sean Adey from the Forestry Department, Public Works, and Cassandra Babcock. This is a report, colleagues, that's been in the works for several years. I think the recommendations are pretty straightforward. Myself as chair of waste management, I've had a lot of calls and emails over the Thanksgiving weekend. And I've tried to answer all of those. I also wanted to thank, in particular, Janelle Carey, who's not here tonight, but's in our waste management staff. Janelle's been doing a great job on the front lines, answering specific questions about, diapers and all kinds of things that came up over the weekend. Many of us were having a Thanksgiving meal, but I was answering calls and emails about diapers. But that's the job of a waste management chair, Your Worship. And I will, yeah. So I'll just let the report stand as it is. If there are questions, Mr. Chair, again, our staff are here with us at 11:20 p.m. And I want to thank them for their work and efforts leading up to this report. Probably the most controversial thing besides diapers I dealt with was the garbage pail. And can we use a garbage pail? And can we not? The answer is no presently. And the recommendations are there with respect to worker safety. And there may be some specific questions about that. And if there are, again, our staff is here to answer those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. Moved by Councillor Baldwin. I have Councillor Purnell and Mayor Leal. Councillor Purnell.
Thank you. Yes, we have been talking a lot about garbage and recycling, organics, and yard waste, and all of that. And I can tell you, a number of us have spent some time at the farmers market, who've hosted us. Thank you very much to them. And the response in general, incredibly positive. It's like, what took you so long? We're happy that you're finally getting around to this. And so there are definitely questions. There's going to be an adjustment for every household, but it's the right thing to do, and we have to do it for all the right reasons. We have to extend our landfill site. We have to reduce our emissions, which we will do by taking the organics out of the landfill site, which creates methane, and properly handle that material. We'll actually get a good resource out of it that will go back to Mother Earth. And we just all have to be more responsible with our waste. So it will be a bit of an adjustment. I would encourage everybody out there to, when you get your green bin, open it up. The gray bin is in there, your free samples are in there, and all kinds of great information. A wonderful to-do and not to-do list to go right on your fridge. A lot of your questions will be answered there. I would also implore you, if you have called our staff, more than once, they are inundated with questions, and it's not helpful if the same person calls back 3 or 4 or 5 times and leaves another message, because that just increases the volume, and you've already answered that person, and it gets a little bit confusing. So I would ask, if you've got a question in the queue, please be patient. They are working as hard and as fast as they can to answer your questions, and you may find, once you get your green bin and read the material, you'll have got your answer. Mr. Chair, there's a couple of things I would like to add. On page 203 of our agenda, this has to do with the bylaw that we're passing tonight. I think we need the word clear in 13B. It says that garbage must be within a garbage bag, but I think we need the word clear there. Maybe staff could comment on that.
So, Mr. Potts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could draw council's attention to page 201, the definition of garbage bag. It means a transparent plastic bag. It's a defined term. The issue's already been addressed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Potts.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to point that out because it did, it could say clear there rather than having to go back to the definitions. The other, through you, Mr. Chair, I am going to ask one question, because one of the things I noticed under the prohibitions was that we couldn't put items on our front boulevards that maybe we want to give away. And we've all done this many, many times. We don't have use for an article anymore. We put it out front with the free sign on, and somebody will inevitably pick it up. But there's a responsibility. If they don't pick it up, then you have to take it back off the boulevard. So I wondered if this is going to stop that type of donating of goods, or if we couldn't, in fact, have our free giveaway days, which we have had pre-COVID, where we said, okay, if anybody has any stuff, put it out this weekend. We'll all go shopping on the boulevards, and then but Monday it all has to be taken off the boulevards. So I did reach out to staff, and I know interim Commissioner Papadakis does have an answer to that. So I won't propose a change to the motion. I'll let him explain how we can deal with that. And
yes, through you, Mr. Chair, just to try and keep it brief, the restriction is required in order to have an enforceable bylaw. And so the approach would be then that folks could either have the belongings on their private property off of the city boulevard, or as staff will also, plan to look at other community engagement things, such as, the free giveaway days, in which we would consider looking at a way of promoting something along those lines. But it just has to be within the context of ensuring we can't enforce a bylaw and it would and mitigate illegal dumping if we don't have that in there the way that we've worded it. But the intention would be to facilitate and encourage use of charities and other donations, as well as a way of having items in relate to yard sales and other things as well on private property.
On private property, and that's the distinction. But I thought that was really important to get out on this item. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Purnell. I have Mayor Leal, Councillor LaChica, Duguay, Baldwin. Mayor Leal.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And indeed, change can be difficult. Just to give a short history, the evolution of garbage pickup in the city of Peterborough. When I arrived here in 1985, we had a garbage truck with a driver and 2 employees on the back of the truck. The truck went down the middle of the street and the 2 employees on each side would collect garbage. Well, we decided that wasn't too efficient. What was the next move? We went to one-man packers. So we eliminated 3 jobs, got that down to 1. And that was controversy at the time too, because everybody thought the previous system was the best way to collect waste. But we proved that wrong, and the one-man packer worked very satisfactory, Mr. Chair. Now we have the next evolution of what we're putting in place now. Municipality, we have 2 precious commodities. Number 1 is our water wastewater capacity, and number 2 is our landfill capacity. And every year that we extend our landfill capacity is putting dollars back into the taxpayers of the city of Peterborough. So this is a very prudent course of action. And there's going to be questions and there's going to be concerns. But, you know, when you look at the county of Peterborough, they've had their system of clear garbage bags in place for about 5 years. The world didn't go to Hades when that happened. And I suspect we will move ahead in the same fashion right here in the city of Peterborough.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Leal. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps this is a message or question to Commissioner Papadakos. Because it predates us, the move to our organics program, that decision. I'm just curious if there is a vision for scaffolding this to more than just the green bin. As we know, in other centers, we have a black bin for garbage, a gray, a blue, and organics. I mean, that's the ideal. And of course, that costs money. But, you know, when I hear that the bags are going to be on the street, there is a raccoonish, is this going to be a long-term thing, or do we have a plan to have a receptacle and maybe that mechanized arm to assist the collection folks with that? Just curious if there was a long-term strategy. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, the equipment that we've purchased to implement this program that has the lifts for the green bins that are currently being distributed to households across the city, that system is also able to handle a similar type of a bin for other waste streams, where we haven't gone that route at this time, but I could see that being something that we would consider in the future. Also, just to point out, and we really need to drive this point home, if folks are putting the stinky, smelly, organic stuff in the green bin, there's not something in the clear garbage bag that is drawing the attention of pests. Stinky, rodent attracting things in green bin, not stinky things that attract rodents in clear garbage bags.
Supplementals, sometimes diapers can be that attraction, and other waste.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor LaChica. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I wanted to know what was for brunch, but my comment, I wanted to emphasize that the inquiries and emails that I've received, likely less volume that Councillor Baldwin has received, all have been favorable. All have said, this is time. We need to do this. There have been some queries about understanding when they can put out their bin and could they work with their neighbors, but I would say the majority, if not all, have been positive. To put things in perspective, to build on Councillor Leal's comments, the City of Toronto's new landfill site is outside of the City of London. It's not even in Toronto. They don't have any land. They have to truck all that garbage down a highway because they've run out of landfill. And if any measure we can take to divert, and I believe the target will move us to about 75, 80%, that's commendable. That means 80% of stuff and crap that used to go in the landfill site is no longer going there. And I think that, this is important. One thing I would like to ask, I'll just bring to staff's attention. I have had some residents that live in small apartment buildings, 8, 12, 10, say they would like to participate, but currently they're not yet eligible. Perhaps at a future time, there may be select apartments where we could consider making available to them 3 or 4 bins, and if the city knows they can collect at those locations as a prototype. There's interest outside of single and 2 units, and that's encouraging that others want to participate. I fully support this bylaw and report and commend staff for their work to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Baldwin for a second time and Purnell for a second time. Councillor Baldwin?
Maybe, Mr. Chair, I'll just defer to Councillor Purnell first.
Sure. Councillor Purnell, second time if you'd like.
Okay, thank you very quickly. I realize it's 11:30, but because it is kind of the number one question that we have been receiving is about using our old garbage pails. We can't put them to the curb, but we can still use them to store. And I wondered if Mr. Papadakis would like to expand on that whole philosophy about why we don't want the bins at the curb, but what we can still use them for, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the new collection framework does prohibit the use of garbage bags being in containers at the end. However, as Councillor Parnell has indicated, everything else that you currently use a garbage container for, you can still use it for that function, with the exception of leaving it at the curb during the day while waiting for the garbage to be collected. So you would take you could store it in your wherever, you can store it. The clear garbage bag is in there. You wheel it out to the curb. The difference is you have to remove the garbage bag, and then you wheel back your container. You don't have to return at the end of the day to retrieve it from the curb. It is just a out and back. So, and the reason why the garbage containers cannot be used is primarily due to worker health and safety. The ability for 2 facts: if a worker reaches into a bin, it is less obstructed, and sometimes people throw things into the bins as they're passing. We have had workers get needle pricks or cut themselves on broken glass or other things when they've reached into a garbage container. And then the lifting action of the container is such that it contributes to repetitive stress injuries. And our sanitation operators are one of the more impacted job duties in the municipality for sustaining injuries during performing their regular duties. And so we would like to have them be able to go home and play with their kids and not have long-term disabilities.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think it's important to acknowledge that our workers in this area go to about 1,200 addresses each and every day. So when you are adding that extra weight that they have to lift up and over, times 1,200 houses, times maybe 2 lifts at the moment, it really does accumulate on them. So anyway, thank you. I thought it was just important to get that information out to everybody at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purnell, and Councillor Baldwin to finish us off.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair.
No, take your time.
I just wanted to acknowledge our city solicitor as well. David, I apologize. I should have referenced your name when I was giving kudos to all the other staff. And I think your value has been answering at least one of those questions from Councillor Purnell this evening from a legal perspective. So thank you for your work on the bylaw. Very much appreciated. Again, Mr. Chair, thanks to our professional staff for all they've done to lead us up to this point in time. Looking forward to having this passed at council on the 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. Any further comments or questions? All right, moved by Councillor Baldwin. We'll take a vote. This has ruined my whole. That is carried. Thanks, everyone. We have no notice of motion, other business. No Councillor Vastliadis.
I don't ever do this to you guys. You usually do it to me. So I'm, this is just kind of timely. I know our MPP Smith was here and he was talking about transit and the Ontario gas tax funding and about a link to Selwyn and Curve Lake. Now, back in May 9th, 2022, I made a motion, and this is exactly what he was talking about too, in that direction, that staff be directed to begin discussions with the township of Asphodel Norwood on possibility of beginning a pilot project to extend special transit service to that municipality, and that staff report back to council on those discussions. Now, I'm not sure if any discussions have been made, but through you to Mr. O'Ken, yeah,
Mayor Leo.
okay. All right.
Councillor Vasiliadis, I think I can help you out here.
Yeah.
We have made the offer both to Havelock Belmont Methuen
Okay.
and to Asheville Norwood about the possibility of extending bus service to those two communities. Then the next step of that will be to engage Mayor Taylor of Otonabee Smith Monaghan on the same thing. We do have capacity. We have some rolling stock, I believe, that we could better utilize. And to reach out to our colleagues in the county of Peterborough, I believe would be very helpful in this juncture of our history.
Yeah, that's good. Now he's talking about a regional approach, and I think that's just another way of doing that. But no, thank you for that. And it's great to hear discussions have happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vasta. That is other business. Councillor Reel.
Through the chair, I just want to announce that next Wednesday, the 18th of October, Councillor Baldwin and I will be holding a neighborhood meeting at the Lions Club from 6:30 to 8:30. On the docket is certainly a discussion period for part of it, or half it or more, on waste management. The other half is on housing and homeless. So everybody is welcome. There's refreshments and goodies. Expect a big, I don't know if we'll have the numbers that they did in Monaghan Ward, but we look for a full house. So just want to raise that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reel. Councillor Hakey.
Well, not to be outdone, on the 25th, we're having a double garbage meeting up in North Crest Ward at the place that we're thinking of tearing down. What the hell's the name of it? Activity Haven. Yeah. So garbage begets garbage. It starts at 7 o'clock for those that have nothing better to do.
25th,
We'll
7
have-
o'clock,
I'm gonna
Activity
ask-
Haven.
I'm gonna ask our Titan of Trash to show up.
Yes.
Mr. Baldwin there, Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you, Councillor Hakey. 25th, 7 p.m. Activity Haven. Councillor Lake Chica. Then we're moving on.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Burke and myself will be hosting our trash talk on Tuesday, the 24th. And we look forward to hosting people from 7 to 8 p.m. at the public library, the lower community room. Thank you.
Great. And of course, thanks for staff for being at those meetings, presenting, and the time they're putting into those meetings. Oh, where are we? Motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Degay. We'll take a vote. Committee members, just a reminder, we're going back into closed session to reconvene for that meeting. To our friends in the media, there will be no motions coming out this evening. Any motions from close will be coming out prior to the council meeting on the 23rd of October. So no need to wait for any motions this evening. None will be coming out. We are in adjournment. Thanks so much, staff. Really appreciate the long night.